Hello, hello. So what do you do with this page though?
You can close it.
Close it? Oh. And then just go for it.
Yeah, there, there.
But this one is on.
Yeah, there's no virtual, so
Testing 1, 2, 3. come here with a mission. They have a goal, whether it's to learn English, whether it's to get a diploma, whether it is to earn certification that's going to lead to better employment.
All right, returning from closed session. Oop. Thank you. Reporting. Second, we're gonna fix the audio. Nope.
Testing. We're good.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, okay, I'll call to order the April 9th Board of Education meeting. We acknowledge the traditional ancestral unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandinho, Tataviam, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Mr. Levenger, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Our principal of the adult school, ladies and gentlemen.
Recording in progress.
All right. Oh, it's back.
All right, everybody.
Hello. Okay.
All right. Ms. Beauregard, please take the roll call at this time.
Member Olson,
Present.
Member Agakanian,
Present.
Clerk Kano,
Present.
Vice President Weisberg,
Present.
President Ponser Kamkar.
And present. 5, reporting on closed session. There are no items to report on closed session. No action was taken. Number 6, adjustments to the agenda. Any adjustments to the agenda today? Dr. Macias? No? Ms. Olson?
May I request we remove, or just table 12K?
That works for me. And I believe you've talked to staff about this. You've talked to staff about this one? Okay. Okay, items for future agendas. Dr. Weisberg?
A quick one, which is I'd love us for on our appreciation list to add Library Appreciation Week, which is April 19th through the 25th. I would like to get a report back on the list of all all the stipends, the breakdown of which employees receive stipends, whether it's a longevity stipend, et cetera, et cetera. And lastly, I'd love us to bring a report back to talk about dual immersion and sort of a comprehensive look at numbers moving from predominantly in our middle school, just looking in the change of numbers and class sizes and what's being offered there. That would be great. Thank you.
Great. Other items?
I have one.
Ms. Olson?
I would like to request, the great legal report that we got a couple, maybe a month ago or so. If we could make that something quarterly, just in the season of time, or just for it to bring it back before the end of the year. I would love an update from the budget. Oh, can you not hear me? Oh, I'll try that again. The legal spending report from, couple of months ago. I'd like that to be either quarterly or just, more ongoing for now for the season we're in. I'd love an update from the Budget Advisory Committee. I can't remember if that's something you requested last time, but, then I will hold off on that. And I was also wondering if we were able to get an update from LACO on the progress so far, or just a general update since their time with us. That would just be really informative. Thank you.
Great additions all. Anything else? All right. Presentations and recognitions, Dr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam President. It is
my honor and my pure joy and happiness to invite our Director of Adult School, Mr. Juan Noguera, and our Principal, Todd LaVenture, to present on all things that are great in the Burbank Adult School. We had the privilege, and I'm sure we'll get an explanation, of attending a ribbon cutting ceremony last week, and it was fantastic. But take it away, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy to be here. Happy for the invitation. As you can see, the first slide has a picture of the ribbon cutting of our Monk's Pharmacy Tech classroom. And what that tells you is that we are together, working together to shape the future of the community. And with that, that means changing people's life. And thank you, Board President, Ms. Ponce Kamkar, for showing up. Also, board members who came. And thank you, all board members, for having us here. Also, I would like to thank our interim superintendent, Dr. Oscar Macias, and the rest of the leadership team in the district. Thank you. Thank you for all the support. Also, I don't want to forget that we have Stephanie and Cindy, who always support us in everything that we're doing to support students in the adult school. So this picture tells you a lot about what's happening in the community, because what we are trying to do with the adult school is to lead with kindness. And in our 3.5 years that we've been there, that's a great example, because we believe that kindness is the foundation of trust. If we continue doing what we are doing, supporting our adult learners to accomplish their goal, we believe that they are going to trust you, and we are going to change the community in that way. So moving forward, not long ago, we had a great segment on LA Unscripted, and I would like to show that. We would like to show that here as a testimony of the great things that we are doing at the adult school.
People come here with a mission. They have a goal, whether it's to learn English, whether it's to get a diploma.
I don't have more volume here.
Technology, please help us with volume. Dr. Anders or Andrew, help, please.
Sorry.
People
That's why
come
we have a
here
technician.
with a is a school that's part of Burbank Unified School District. We serve the residents of Burbank, but also people from all over the surrounding communities. Currently, we offer within our people come here with a mission. They have a goal, whether it's to learn English, whether it's to get a diploma, whether it is to earn certification that's going to lead to better employment. Burbank Adult School is a school that's part of Burbank Unified School District. We serve the residents of Burbank, but also people from all over the surrounding communities. Currently, we offer within our academic program students who are looking to earn their high school diploma, who just want to enroll in adult basic education classes, or those who want to pursue earning a GED or a high school equivalency certification.
I was inquiring about the math classes with Miss D.
We also have career and technical education classes in a wide range of fields. Some in the medical fields. We have clinical medical assistant, certified nursing assistant, pharmacy technician.
We have a patient here. What are we going to learn today?
Okay, so we're going to learn a few things. First of all, we're going to learn how to take her temperature, her pulse, her respirations, and her blood pressure.
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So first thing here, we have an electronic thermometer. We're going to go ahead, put the liner on here. I'm going to have the patient open her mouth, and we have a reading of 98.4.
Perfect. So during this class, this is the things that you teach the students, right?
Yeah, we teach a number of things here. This is one of the basics that every medical assistant should be aware of. So the next step after this is they can test for their national certification, and once they are successful at that, they can either go into employment or they can further their educational career.
This is the pharmacy technician training class at Burbank Adult School. It teaches you to become a pharmacy tech in the pharmaceutical industry.
We have several in the IT category, people learning QuickBooks, Microsoft Office, computer networking.
All right, Caesar, we're in a really fun class full of computers. What class is this?
So this is our networking class here in the computer lab, where we learn how to actually network the computers, make sure they're working in case somebody really wants to get into being an IT person, make sure that things are working properly, making sure that they show up on all the computers since they're all connected. If you go to one, you can access everything.
The beautiful thing here is that our courses are tuition free. There are some that we have to do, charge some lab fees and materials fees for some courses, but the majority are tuition free. There's a great sense of community here, and we're bringing people in from a wide range of backgrounds. We have a lot of Latino students here. We also have a lot of Russian and Armenian students here, as well as several other countries that are represented here. And it's really wonderful to see how these folks all come together in their classes. All of these here are classes that lead to certification and ultimately into earning employment.
Thank you. This short video captures what the adult school is now. We are not the traditional adult school anymore. We are the school that is empowering people to find better jobs, more opportunities. So what you see here is not a traditional adult school. What you see here is a career and training center. Burbank Career Training Center. And we need to think about how we can reshape the future of these people, of our community, because that should be the name of the school. Because all the careers that we are offering now, we believe that that's the future as well. So I'm going to invite the voice of the adult school, and that is our amazing principal, Todd LaVenture, so he can continue with the presentation, and then I'm going to continue after he finishes with his 2 slides. I think I need a technician again. The guy with the cool hair. There you go. That's one. There you go.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks again for giving us the opportunity to talk about our wonderful school. As that sharp-looking dude in the video said a little bit earlier, you can get an idea here of the breadth of the programs that we offer. With Juan talking about us leading with kindness and the togetherness that we talked about in that video there, that's led to, a total enrollment that we've had for this year of 4,327 students. Now, this is an unduplicated number, but these are raw numbers as well. This does include, we have a certain percentage of students that will enroll, and then for whatever reason, they don't show. We'll have some with 0 hours. It's a small percentage, but just to be, straightforward on that these are unduplicated. Nobody's counted twice, but it is a raw number. But within the academic department, as we mentioned in the video there, we've got folks that are going after a diploma, going after a GED or HiSET, their high school equivalency, a number of different career and tech ed programs, ESL, of course, that's the bulk of our students. And then the Family Success Initiative, which is that's CAPE funded, state funded money for some of the courses that we offer through our parent ed program. And those are primarily designed to help those that are in the parent ed program that are English language learners that are new to the country, and to help them get acclimated to the school system. As we all know, coming into the school system, it's got a language of its own. And so this helps them get acclimated and adjusted to that part of living here in Burbank. One thing that we didn't mention on here, but is our testing. And in the video there, the gentleman that was with our medical assistant class there, he referenced them taking their certification test. And we offer a lot of testing. We offer the GED and the HiSET testing on campus. We offer a lot of certification testing on campus. And in fact, the test that he referred to there, they're going to take that exam on Saturday. So they're taking that one there. We just had one for our students in the medical billing and coding for them to get national certification that'll lead to jobs. Part of what's drawn everybody, those numbers, that over 4,000 students there, we've worked hard to develop that. We've talked about the fact that we reach outside of the community, outside of Burbank to neighboring communities as well. We draw from there. We adapt to what they need in terms of creating new career and tech ed classes that that appeal to people, that will lead to jobs for them. But also the format in which it's delivered. We've got an increased demand in online opportunities, and where possible, we've implemented those and have drawn a lot of people in here. But you see some examples here of a cybersecurity course that we've developed online, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. You see a screenshot there. Packed class, very popular, going very well. We've even got one of our IT techs, one of our Tech 2s, who's enrolled in that class in the evening, working there. So Reese Hernandez is in there. We've added a culinary arts program. Really got off to a great start there. We don't have on campus our facilities to operate a full kitchen. It's necessary for that, but great cooperation with Burbank High School, particularly with Sarah Given, who is the culinary teacher over there. She's been wonderful in cooperation with us. You see in the picture there, one of our students, Veronica, who has already earned a position working at the Olivia Hotel in West Hollywood through her participation in this course. And then, of course, we've got the Emergency Medical Responder is another program that we've added this year. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our Master of Ceremonies.
So the idea of having our own faces, these are our faces. And because we believe that showing our faces is the real testimony of what we are doing. So we are on Instagram, Facebook, X. Also, we have our own YouTube channel. So don't be afraid of taking a picture. Hashtag love adult education, love Burbank Adult School, love our principal, love our staff, because it's important to create that link. So what you're gonna see in our catalogs are our pictures, our faces. And what you saw on the video is our students' voices as well. We don't bring anybody from the outside. This is what you see when you come to our school. That's what you get, real stuff. So moving forward, the medical classes, our idea now is to continue expanding the medical field. So as you can see here, we have medical terminology. In 2 years, we have completed 130 students with certification. Medical billing and coding, 100. Medical receptionist, 53. Pharmacy technician, 120 with certifications. Certified nurse assistant, 55. And by the way, we didn't have a morning class during a certain time. Now we have AM and PM. Physical therapist, 42. Clinical medical assistant, 52. We started with only one class. Now we have 2 classes. So it's growing, we're expanding. The whole purpose of this is that we want to continue moving with the medical field classes, expanding, because there's future in there. There's a lot of future. So where do we go from here? Okay, during summer, we're planning to bring 2 more bungalows. I know David is helping with that. And the whole team in the district is helping with that, going through all the requirements that are needed to implement, to bring those 2 bungalows that are going to be placed right where ILA used to be. Now we're going to call it Annex Career Medical Classrooms. So The whole idea, again, I go back to the fact that we are training people to get real jobs. So this is real training. We are not a traditional adult school. Now, good news is that we are applying to bring the vocational nursing program. And today we had a meeting. I'm going to give you an update on that. The Board of Nursing approved all the 31 folders that we submitted. We pay $5,000 already. We have a director. We have one teacher instructor already. We need to get 3 more at least. However, we need clinical sites. So I know Ms. Cano already started working on that. So we really appreciate if anybody here has connection with the hospitals. So because we would like to have our own students to go around the community here to do the hands-on training. So this program is the capstone of the medical careers. With this program, the vocational nursing program, we would have the entire medical field at the adult school. The other idea is that we're exploring the idea, we're thinking about, and we're looking into bringing the surgical technician class. That is another class that I believe is going to change and move forward with more training for the students. Thank you for your support. We believe that we have a very innovative team at Burbank Adult School, and we are capable to adapt to a better future by having and bringing ideas into our programs. So we're ready to lead the way, and we are here to continue supporting our adult learners. Now, I would like to take any questions, so I hope we can have the answers.
Thank you so much. Those questions from the board. Ms. Olson.
I love when you get to share about the adult school. I was wondering about twofold question. Do you have any information on how many recent graduates from our high schools that are part of your enrollment? And what's sort of the connective tissue between the high schools and the adult school from an awareness and kind of a connectivity for, the interest inventories that they're taking in high school, that the students who've expressed interest in medical so that they are aware of all these amazing things you're doing?
First answer, we just started collecting that data. We're going to be able, moving forward, to give you more specific numbers. Why? Because recently we started promoting a little more within the district. Second answer, along with that, our counselors, we have 3 amazing counselors are participating now during all the events that we have in the high school to bring all this information that our high school students might need. One thing we observed in fall, we had a lot of young people in the clinical medical assistant and the nursing assistant. That means that they are transitioning directly from high school to the adult school to explore careers. That was fall. And in spring, we didn't have that many because they're still in classes, but we hope that we continue seeing this number of students coming into our career technical education classes.
Absolutely. Ms. Cano.
So I know the vocational nurses that's going now. What would you need then for the surgical technician then?
The surgical technician class, we just need a clinical site where the students are going to go and work with the tools, the real tools that they use for surgeries. What we know is that at this point, all the class can be taught online. However, we have to have a classroom in the school with a sink. We have that where they can start taking the initial steps. And after that, we need a clinical site, a place, a hospital, a clinic where they can go to do the real hands-on training to complete the training.
Okay.
Find a partner. And when would you like to start that or when could you start that program if you had a site?
We're looking for August as well. So we are planning to expand a little more with the vocational nursing and the surgical technician in August, along with maybe child development. We're thinking about that as well. So we know that we have the foundation, which is ESL classes. So if you have the ESL classes, you can transition a student into the academic classes or the CTE classes. So we have a large number of students coming to the CTE classes. Once they acquire the skill, the language skills, they can move into these careers, and therefore they can have a better life, support their kids better, their children better, and find better jobs and opportunities.
Dr. Weisberg. Dr. William.
Two questions. One, Principal LaVenture, so I talked about the 4,000 plus people. Could you talk a little bit, and I know the answer to this, but I think it's pretty amazing. Where were we just a couple of years ago as far as enrolled students versus the 4,000 plus we are now? And then I also would love if you could talk a little bit about not only are many of the programs that you offer unique, but the either zero cost or low cost compared to other adult schools locally is significantly lower. So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about both of those things.
Yeah. When I came here about 3.5 years ago, our enrollment was about close to, I believe, 2,000, 3,000, close to 3,000, 2,500. I think we have duplicated our enrollment so far. So that tells you that what we do with social media, Instagram, Facebook, and the catalog as well, is changing the outreach that we put out into the community. The other thing that we are doing is we know that we get a lot of traffic here in Burbank. We are serving Burbank, but we're serving the communities around, because that is what is impacting our city too. We have to think about the whole picture. It's not only Burbank, but the communities around that are going to be benefiting from these classes. So that's important to keep in mind. So we do outreach to the communities around. That's why we're bringing more people. And second, tuition free. That's key. Our classes are tuition free. And we charge some fees for materials and books, but that is something that the students is necessary for the students. And however, if we always keep a look into what we are doing compared with other schools, not because we want to duplicate. We aim at getting better every day. We don't want to be the best, because once you are the best, you hit the ceiling and that's it. You think you are the best. In this case, we are doing something to get better every day. For example, just to give you an idea, I have the director of Torrance Adult School. I'm going to say it. He is an amazing director, but the pharmacy techs over there, the pharmacy tech class, they charge $1,500. We have it only for fees and materials at $200-something, tuition free. The certified nursing assistant, CNA, is close to $3,000 in other adult schools. Here at our adult school, we have it for $400 only for fees and materials. So this is something that the public, the community needs to know, because we need to take advantage. And people are going to ask, why do you, or how you can offer these classes tuition free? Because we get California adult education money, CAPE, and we utilize those funds to support our programs. That's the beauty of that. That's why we are always advocating for support adult education, because that's the way to bring the funds and keep rolling. And by the way, enrollment is key, and having students with 12 hours plus of attendance is critical too, because that is what brings more money into our programs.
Great. Dr. Alcanian?
Thank you. So you mentioned earlier that you're looking for some hospitals, and so who are you right now talking to or partners with, or also at the same time also some of these institutions like Automatic, BLK?
We, as far as clinical hospital, we don't have any contact we would like to get those contacts. What we have right now, we have 2 sites for the vocational nursing program. And those 2 sites are because one of our nurses went there, knocked on the door, and was able to get those partners. And by the way, our certified nursing assistant students, CNA students, are going to Pasadena for the clinical site that we have. So we have to find something closer so our students can commute and save gas money, because that's critical. We don't have connections. We would like to get those connections.
Yeah, email me also with SEIU, the nurses. Their union.
I will.
They are looking. So you have my emails and I'll
Yes,
connect
totally.
a couple of us.
Yeah.
Great.
I would like to ask for 2 things, 3 maybe. Well, one is I would like to get the support. We would like to get the support of trying to get contacts at clinical sites, for sure. And 2, we have discussed this with facility, and I know they are working on it, is if we can pay attention a little more about people with keys, because we have Saturday classes, and when we have people using our fields, they come and they open our gates and they take over the parking lot. We have students coming to classes and then they don't find parking. So that's critical that we continue offering these programs, but we can continue offering, giving the students the opportunity to park in the parking lot. So we have experience in the past, people coming and opening the gates to the parking lots and park right there. So I believe that we need to find a way to put a stop to that. And the last thing I would like to ask is, we know that our students have barriers, and one of the barriers is transportation. And we know that other adult schools offer the MTA reduced TAP cards. And that is offered to K through 12 and college/vocational students. We should be able to explore how we can bring that into our district so our adult learners and everybody else can benefit of that, because now with the gas being so expensive, I believe that our students can benefit by having those reduced TAP cards and taking the bus. And I believe if we implement that, our enrollment is going to be more than 5,000.
Like,
I think it's also what's important is to also to point out some of the additional costs. For example, there are tests that students have to pay for, there are kits that have to. I think if you put that in perspective in numbers and go ask supporters and donors to come, either create a scholarship or something, because I just funded 400 students at my site. And we got a sponsor at a college. But you're right, college students do get the TAP card, we don't. I think the conversation could be talking to the city and also county folks to see if there is a way of crossing it. Transportation is a big challenge. But also, I think one thing, also putting the numbers out there, because you know that there are a lot of institutions, private institutions out there that do predatory practices, getting these nurses who don't even, and they cost them, because they qualify easily for student loans. And then they end up, you know.
Paying a lot of
Yeah, I won't mention names, neighboring cities have them. They're popular, but then students, we get a lot of those students also in college level, when they come in, they say, well, I want to continue to get certified. But I know some of the colleges now also are looking at transfers to get a bachelor in nursing in a college level. There is now talks about, you know, at least at ELAC, I know we do hygienist. Now you can take it in college and get a bachelor degree without going to a university. So Valley College and Mission being in Glendale College, we should have this conversation. I think it will help if you state out, hey, we need everyone money for this many kids, because each students, this is what costs. And you put those numbers out there, people could come and try to help and sponsor these, because that's a big cost that students have to bear. And I'm not even getting into the cost of living, transportation, food insecurity, digital divide, that's a big issue too. A lot of our digital divide is a big concern, laptops, hotspots. But I would love to see those numbers. If you can put it out there, we can go tell people, hey, we need this many students who need support. Can you support them? So on.
That's great. Thank you for that piece of advice. We're gonna follow up on that. And let me tell you, just to conclude with this, we are supporting the English learners with some type of grant, not grant, but we accommodate them and we help them with some exams that they need to take because we apply for a grant too. So that grant is to support them as well. But you're right, we need to try to help everybody. Everybody should be part of this pot. Thank you very much for your input. I think Todd was taking note of that. Yeah, he was taking notes, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I also just want to say, and so I want to thank the mayor, Takahashi, for being at the CNA or the mock pharmacy event the other day. And one of the things that we discussed was the team going to city council. And so I think they're going to get on the agenda pretty soon. And I think making the two asks, especially about transportation and about connections in the community for the surgical sites, I think will be city council is a really great place for that too. Right. Because yeah, I think they'll be good connectors. And I think that's the way that we have to do this to get our kids jobs, right? They always say that that's how you get a job is through connections, right? And so that's how we have to make sure that we get this program up and running is through connections. And so go ahead, Ms. Cano.
Just going back to just some of the nuts and bolts you were talking about with the parking lot. Is there signage up there right now that says adult, BAS students only?
That's correct. We have.
We do have.
We've been putting
And
that
even with
and
that.
we even hire more campus supervisors to come and to stop that. So we even have more workers now in guarding, basically staying right there to protect the areas.
So who has the keys? How do they get those keys?
We might need a study session on that alone. But what I'll say is district staff will address this. It's about use of facilities. We'll monitor that.
And we just approved a new facilities use agreement system, right? So maybe that is part of that conversation as well. But I think that's a fair piece of feedback.
Yeah, just to finish with the mayor, we reached out already. We asked, I think Todd emailed her and Todd asked already to be placed to find a spot in the agenda.
Great.
So we could be part of the agenda in the future.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Ms. Olson?
Thanks. I wanted to just end with a important statistic that I read this week, that the number of young people in California ages 16 to 24 who are out of work and school is nearly 500,000 kids. They're not kids, they're young adults. And it's 3 percentage points away from COVID levels. And part of my work previously was dealing with this in other states and how to accommodate and scramble to support them. And so what we have here is incredibly valuable because I know so many other districts are like, how do we start to support this huge gap? And it's just such a notable thing that we have a thriving program for a problem that is growing. And it's just, I don't know, it's just super important to kind of take a step back and realize that is such a bright spot. Absolutely. Right now. So I just wanted to share that.
And jobs that are AI resilient and Amazon proof and, jobs for the future. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
We really appreciate
Don't forget to
hashtag adult education.
School, support adult education, and hashtag moving forward together.
Yes, the best follow on social media is our Burbank Adult School. So thank you.
100%.
Mr.
Thank you. And thanks to the whole staff.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, moving on to 9 reports from the board and staff. We'll do our student representatives first. From Burbank High, we have Abel Elengesian.
Good evening, Board President Kamkar, members of the board, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to share updates from Burbank High School. Our ASU elections are currently underway with students actively campaigning for various positions throughout the week. Voting will take place tomorrow via grade level Google Classrooms, and we will look forward for strong student participation. Prom, themed Diamonds Are Forever, inspired by James Bond, will be held this Saturday at the Peterson Automotive Museum, beginning at 7 p.m. This event promises to be a memorable evening for our students. Today, April 9th, we hosted a cultural mosaic expo during lunch on the quad. This event provided cultural clubs the opportunity to showcase their traditions and share food and experiences with the student body, promoting inclusivity and cultural awareness on campus. Looking ahead, the UCLA Blood Drive will take place on Monday, April 13th. Students may sign up using QR codes and will be called out of class to donate in the gym. On Tuesday, April 14th, we will hold our spring rally, celebrating our spring sports teams and their seasons. The rally will also feature performances from band, Unleash Varsity Dance, Cheer, and Dance 3. The theme for this rally is 2016 Trends. In addition, we will be hosting a Spirit Week alongside the rally with the following themes. Monday, Nerd versus Jock. Tuesday, Rally Day, Wear Blue. Wednesday, Vine / Meme Day. Thursday, Coachella Day, dress up as your favorite artist. And Friday, 2016 Day. Finally, our upcoming car show will take place on Saturday, April 25th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the Burbank High School Glen Oaks parking lot. Tickets will be $10 and car registration is $20. The event will feature local vendors including coffee doses and breakfast food options such as burritos, bagels, and donuts. This event is supported by the Burbank Road Kings and is open to the public. Thank you again for your time and continued support of Burbank High School. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Any questions from my colleagues? Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the date for the car show.
Car show, April 25th, Saturday.
I think that's so cool. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Haley Wong from John Burroughs High School.
Hello and good evening, President Kamkar, board members, interim superintendent Dr. Macias, district staff, and members of the Burbank community. I'm here this evening to share my report for John Burroughs High School as of April 9th, 2026. Our senior class of 2026 is excited to officially reveal this year's prom. The Roman Gala will be held at the Natural History Museum on May 2nd from 7 to 11 p.m., and our upperclassmen are looking forward to celebrating this memorable milestone in such a special venue for their last high school dance. In athletics, our spring sports season continue to stay busy. Baseball competed yesterday and will host St. Anthony tomorrow at 6 p.m. Softball and swim continue their season with strong momentum. Boys volleyball is competing today against Glendale, and our set team hosts a home competition today against Moore Park and Santa Fe. We are proud of the dedication our student athletes continue to show as they represent Burroughs with all their successes. Last week, our class of 2028 successfully hosted the first ever Battle of the Bands at Burroughs Saturday night. With over 200 people in attendance across the district and nearly $2,000 raised in profit, the event was an incredible success. It gave student musicians from across the district the opportunity to showcase their creativity in a high-energy and supportive environment while competing for a $250 prize. Congratulations to the winning band, James and the Giant Peach, and to our sophomore class for bringing such an exciting new tradition to campus. Our economics students also recently participated in UME Credit Union's Bite of Reality event, where both regular and AP Economics students took part in an interactive budgeting simulation based on real adult life and expenses. Each student was given a career, monthly income, and everyday costs such as housing, transportation, groceries, and other financial responsibilities, then had to make decisions while staying within a budget. This gave students a better understanding of the real-life choices adults face and was a valuable opportunity to strengthen financial literacy while connecting classroom learning to practical life skills. We are also proud to celebrate two of our outstanding educators, David Benzina and Gerardo Mendez of the JBHS NAF Engineering Program, who are being recognized for their exceptional leadership, vision, and dedication as the Academy receives the prestigious NAF Catherine Blesik Distinguished Award. This honor reflects the innovation, collaboration, and student-centered excellence that define our engineering pathway and the authentic industry-aligned opportunities our students experience every day. In addition, John Burroughs Skills USA chapter was awarded the Chapter of Distinction Award for its Level 2 application, primarily recognizing the impact of its Dress Up to Donate initiative. Through this event, gently used formal attire was collected and made available at no cost to BUSD students attending prom. We are honored and grateful to all of our community partners for helping make this effort possible. Beyond that, we have no major concerns to share at this time. Thank you and happy to answer any questions or clarification.
Any questions from my colleagues? Ms. Olson?
Sorry. That budgeting simulation, is there a teacher that you have attached to that? Or if not, maybe I can get that.
A lead teacher who's our AP Economics and Economics teacher is Miss Jan Hacker.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just say that the Battle of the Bands sounded amazing. It just, it literally sounded amazing. I heard it all day long on Saturday and the kids were so talented, just unbelievable. So congratulations on just what sounds like a really great report. So well done. All right, I have reports from labor partners. So I'll start with Burbank Teachers Association, Sarah Schwartz.
Good evening, community members, members of the Board of Education, and fellow BUSD employees. My name is Sarah Schwartz, and I'm a Burbank teacher, a BUSD parent, and the president of the Burbank Teachers Association, representing approximately 700 teachers, counselors, nurses, and speech-language pathologists in BUSD. Today, I want to address school safety infrastructure and state funding for our schools, both topics I know our entire community cares deeply about. In November 2024, our community made a major investment in Burbank schools, approving Measure ABC by over 63% and providing BUSD with the ability to invest over $400 million in the infrastructure of our schools. While the rollout of Measure ABC was bumpy in the beginning, we are starting to see the payoff of this investment, with many schools getting new roofs, long-awaited replacements of aging HVAC systems, and other important improvements and repairs. However, educators want you to know that we also need to prioritize safety investments such as surveillance cameras, access control systems, and more. We know nothing can replace trusted adults like teachers, campus supervisors, and administrators keeping an eye out on playgrounds, entryways, and hallways. We've seen the value of adequate camera coverage. Cameras can act as both a deterrent and an investigative aid for administrators. In many of our secondary schools, where we have large campuses and complicated buildings, cameras act as a second set of eyes if something is missed by a roving campus supervisor or administrator. They're on 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They aren't a replacement for critical school employees, but they're a help. As you look to future bond projects, we ask you to consider improving camera coverage at schools where it may not be as complete as it could be, such as Huerta Middle School. Turning to school funding, I want to take a little time to make both this school board, but also our entire community aware that the state budget, which is being actively negotiated in Sacramento right now, currently deprives schools of $5.6 billion that was promised by Proposition 98. Yes, with a B. Governor Newsom currently plans to borrow critical funds from our schools, risking approximately $12.3 million in Burbank to balance his budget. School board members, parents, community members, educators, and school employees need to make sure our state legislators know this is unacceptable. The voters were clear when they passed Proposition 98 in 1988. They wanted our schools to receive a minimum funding guarantee to ensure we could support students and families to the best of our ability. Well, the guarantee made by Proposition 98 has never been enough for our schools and students. The idea that it would be treated as a savings account for any governor to borrow against cannot be allowed, especially at a time when we should be looking to increase funding in our schools. BTA will be sharing more about this in the coming week on our social media pages and to our mailing list. In the interim, people who are interested can visit cta.org/prop98 for more information. We will provide our community with opportunities to make their voices heard in Sacramento. I encourage school board members to join us and make sure our state legislators know what this funding means to our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Schwartz. Melissa, I see you back there. You're not doing CSEA today? Okay, got it. I don't see Ms. Flossie. So we will move on to report from the superintendent, Dr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start off with the Bridge newsletter for April is out and about. Strongly encourage everyone to take a look at it. For those of you who have, thank you. To date, over 14,000 views. I'm very proud of that. So thank you to all who have contributed stories and the information and bridging the community together. So I appreciate that. Looking forward to next week's PTA honorary service awards reception, where individuals will be honored for their dedication, advocacy, and service. And we all know that these individuals have a profound impact in our school communities and with our students. Thank you for the partnership, PTA, and really happy to celebrate with everyone next week. Want to briefly address the two incidents that have taken place recently at Burbank High School and at John Burroughs High School. Both were highly sensitive and very challenging situations to both school communities. I want to take the time to directly commend Principal Hubble and Principal Knoop for their poise, professionalism, and their leadership. I want to commend their administrative teams, support staff, and the entire teaching community. They all demonstrated a lot of calm, a lot of coordination, and deep care for our students and families. I really hold a tremendous amount of respect for both sides and how they managed the immediate response, but also the days after, and we continue to stay close with that. To the greater community, please know, just as recently as yesterday with all principals, we have debriefed and we have shared practices, and we also shared key learnings, all in the spirit of always growing and making sure that we are responsible and communicating and making sure that we're covering all gaps. And with that, if the communities at both high schools or in general have any feedback for us, we're taking it. This is a time to let us know, because we always want to improve, especially when we have moments like that. So a special thank you to our Burbank Police Department and Fire Department for their partnership and support during those two incidents. Thank you. Everyone, hopefully you've seen the communication. Get a free ice cream cone at Ben & Jerry's. Tuesday, April 14th, to support the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation. Come take the opportunity not only to get a free cone, but you might see some of us scooping the ice cream behind the scenes. It's always a fun event. Along with that, I want to express my support for the foundation for their spring campaign right now. There are ways to contribute. They have already donated over $50,000 in grants this year. There are ways for you to become a friend, to make a spring gift, or to this year honor a graduate as well. Any contribution, large or small, helps out. So thank you for that. And lastly, I want to end my reports tonight to, she's not going to be very happy that I'm going to do this. A real heartfelt and deep, sincere thank you to Ms. Sharon Caseo. She has helped out tremendously this year in a lot of areas, specifically in the Human Resources Department. I'll say this, she's been a steady source of inspiration, motivation, steady leadership, high ethical standards, someone that I personally have looked up to, and thank you is just not enough for what she's done to this community, her impact, not only with me, but other administrators. I can say that. So thank you. We're completely grateful, Sharon. Thank you so much. And with that, I conclude.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Macias. All right. 10, request to address the board. An individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or on any subject within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education by completing a white request card and turning it in to Ms. Beauregard. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. Do we have virtual public speakers? No, we do not. All right. So then with that, my first speaker is Wendy Hunter Magdalene, followed by Linda Walmsley. Wendy? Oh, there you go. Welcome. Good evening. Good evening. Do I time this? She'll time you, but if you want to have a timer up there so you know where you're at, that's okay too. We'll give you some time to get set up. Thanks. No problem.
Good evening, members of the board. First, we're all aware of the budget deficit and the painful conversations that are going on regarding layoffs. But I'm wondering tonight if we're maybe possibly overlooking something we could collect. So Burbank schools had over 1,400 empty seats. That's 9.9 million loss. Nearly half of that was high school kids. And it seems that students are just too sick, too stressed out, or just too checked out. So I am proposing a pilot. It's a revenue generator disguised as a wellness program to get kids back in school. It's a daily stress reduction program. It's a pilot of 15 minutes to simply breathe. Now it's a nervous system reset before the first bell is what I'm pitching. It's fully secular, of course, evidence informed, a quiet reflection aligned with California Education Code. Now, this is not about adding something extra. Nobody needs that. It's about giving students and staff the tools required to actually stay healthy and be in school to fill those seats. And from biology, we all know when we regulate our nervous system, our immunity improves. This solves two problems. Health, students get sick less, so they show up more. More money. Behavior, students disrupt less, so they stay in class. But the reverse is true because when students are chronically stressed, their immune systems weaken. So it's simple. We eliminate the stress, kids stay healthy, and teachers keep their jobs. So there's over 22,000 peer-reviewed papers to support this pilot from Oxford, Brown, UMass, Wisconsin, everywhere. There's lots of them. So one I'll mention, which was done at a school over 6 weeks, and they had on average 2 disruptive events a day. After just 4 weeks of a program, that was on average less than 1. And at the end of 6 weeks, those disruptions were 0. 0. This is something to consider. It's more instructional time, less disruptions. It's a better environment for both students and teachers. And the model is really simple. Students and staff begin the day together with a 15-minute reset. Think of it as a nervous system reset. In our stadiums, auditoriums, each class period is shortened by, yes, a few minutes. And I know teachers get that time back through improved focus, fewer disruptions. That's more effective instruction, less makeup test, less homework missed. We really focus on, and then with this program, this is the best part, we really focus on the students with the highest absentee. I call them our golden students. This is supporting those who are typically disruptive or skip. They stand out. It's easy to grab those little guys. We turn their biggest deficit, we turn them into our greatest revenue opportunity. So the bottom line is even a 1% improvement in attendance represents approximately $1 million+ in recovered funding annually. 2% is like 3.33 million. And still at 2%, we're under the average of where our school stands in the state. With other schools like ours, we're still a whole %+ under them with a 2% increase. It's measurable, realistic gain, not a projection based on ideal conditions. So I'm asking for a meeting with the superintendent to present a no-cost pilot partnering with organizations like HeartMath or Inner Science. There's lots of them to eliminate the financial risk to the district. So it's a low-risk pilot with measurable return. It's a win-win. Millions lost every single day. But with this opportunity, we recover both. We do this right. We make so much money. We'll be hiring again. Thank you. Oh, and if I have time, I can answer the question of why 15 minutes? Okay. Because biology doesn't have shortcuts. Clinical research, there's been several after several show it takes approximately 12 to 15 minutes for the nervous system to move from fight or flight state to the parasympathetic state where the immune boosting SIG-A production actually begins. That's your immunoglobulin A. This is your body's primary defense against colds, sickness, and flu. So a 5-minute break, we're not talking about a little bit of money here. I'm talking about $3.3 million. Like, you guys, we could do this. It's very out of the box, but please think about it. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Ms. Linda Walmsley, followed by Melissa McLaren.
Good evening. My name is Linda Walmsley. I'm here tonight to talk to you about fundraising and donations. At your meeting on March 26th, you pulled an item regarding this issue. I was concerned when I saw that you had just listed some of the donations that had been reported on the board agenda. That is just not the full story of the dollars that come to this district in support of programs that make the Burbank schools special. I was happy to see that you did not allow a report so lacking in facts to be presented. I first want to compliment Dr. Agakanian for his continued efforts to recognize all donors and his understanding that letting folks know they are appreciated can serve to keep fundraising viable. Secondly, I want to talk to you a bit about the need for accurate accounting in this area. These dollars are generously given to support particular programs. The donors expect that they will be spent properly and should be able to see a clear, concise accounting of each and every dollar. To do anything less is simply unacceptable, especially if the goal is to see this funding grow. The incomplete report that you wisely pulled from the March 26th agenda failed to consider things like monies donated to all sports programs, the dollars paid to fund the choirs and all music programs, the support from the Chuck Lorre Foundation and the BAEF. On their website, they recognize Disney, the Gain and Yumi credit unions, UCLA Health. I could go on and on. The point is that a complete accounting of all donated funds is not only necessary, but is something this community should know and celebrate. During my tenure as a teacher, I was involved in many of these activities. I saw donated funds grow when the Board of Education established the Burbank Partnership Program. I was honored to work closely with the board and district staff to bring success to this idea. We were given a clear vision, goals, and rules that led to our success. Business leaders, financial and legal consultants gave their time to bring in dollars and ensure it was done properly. It was well marketed and publicized. Once the economy improved, the program lost some of its motivation and slowly faded away. Years later, Anna Connell and Jen Lurie worked with Lisa Rollins from Warner Brothers to establish the BSBA to help fundraising groups do their accounting in a legal, transparent manner. Leadership and quality coordination of these efforts should be recognized as essential to success and accountability. The board could be instrumental in finding and appointing the right team to do this work. Lastly, I want to share a story about a Burbank family that I know. They own a home and they have 2 children that attend our schools. During their elementary years, the parents generously donated to the PTA and booster clubs. They estimate that they gave over $3,500. Once in middle school, they again gave over $1,000. These were COVID years and little fundraising occurred. In high school, one child played baseball, costing the family $1,600 a year. Another was in the choir, costing the family $2,400 a year. It's also important to note that the sports and choir require parents to pay for equipment and costumes. All the while, they continue to pay over $300 a year on their property tax bill to support the facilities bond. And when they remodeled their home, they paid the district over $4,000 in developer fees. I tell this story to remind you that families are extremely important to the financial support of the district. And finally, please remember that you recently received a donation from the entire community in the amount of almost $500 million with the passage of Measure ABC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. Melissa McClear, followed by Jeff Vanderboort. Yay.
Good evening, President Panzer Kamkar, members of the board, staff, and community. My name's Melissa McLaren. I am a Burbank homeowner. I am also I'd say semi-retired BUSD employee since I'm currently back working here. And last time I spoke, I asked you to do better. But I'm not seeing it in the dumbing down of the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources job description. Why would you pay anyone $200,000 to learn their job? I mean, how many days will they be out of the office because they're in a class learning their job? So that does the HR department no good at that if they're needed there. Labor union reps spend their entire career just negotiating and bargaining. And knowledge of the contracts and bargaining are only a part of an assistant superintendent's job. An important part, but only a part. And if you look at the job profile that you have on the job description, there's all these other important things that position is supposed to be able to do. Yet at the very end of it, you say, oh, but that's okay. You don't have to have any experience in HR. You don't have to have had this ACSA or AASCA, sorry, classes. We might hire you anyway for $200,000. Why? Why would you consider someone who's not qualified? $200,000 is a pretty good amount for a qualified assistant superintendent. So I would like you to reconsider adopting this job description, especially since it clearly shows that it's specifically been changed to not require any kind of true HR experience. HR is too important. And I don't even work in that department, but I worked across the hall for 17 years and I know the importance of that department. So that's my rant for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Vanderborg, followed by Daniel Hacking. Good evening.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Macias. My name is Jeff Vanderborg. On April 2nd, I sent all of you a letter under the Brown Act, Code Section 54960.1, formally asking the district to cure and correct actions that have been taken in violation of the law. 20 concerned citizens added their names to that letter. This issue arose from the meeting of March 5 and March 26 and your February warrant report. Based on that information, we now know the district changed former Superintendent John Paramo's status from a resignation to a retirement and began paying medical benefits on his behalf, over $9,300 so far, with a total liability that will reach $100,000, no doubt, and perhaps exceed it. We have also learned there are no records of any properly agendized item, nor any records of a vote, nor any records of closed session, reported action approving either of these decisions. This is a serious matter. Based on the information your staff provided, your actions violate the Brown Act. Expenditures are happening without lawful board approval, which raises additional concerns under the California Constitution. At the March 5 meeting, President Campcart referenced making this change per past practices. Past practices do not replace the need for a properly noticed, agendized, and duly recorded vote meeting. We have since been told there is no documentation showing these past practices. If your comments were based on facts, please share them. This is not protected information. You list every single retirement, every single resignation on your personnel reports. To recap then, the district's actions are affecting public funds with no board approval. The district needs to take the following steps. Stop any further benefit payments now. Unless and until this board takes proper legal steps to approve the change and the payment of benefits. Or better yet, unless and until this board confirms Dr. Paramo's status has never changed from a resignation. In the spirit of rebuilding trust, you do owe the public to place this issue on a future agenda to explain why this happened. Any one of you can request that here tonight. We're hopeful the district will take appropriate corrective actions. If not, this may need to be resolved through legal steps to stop improper use of public funds. On a completely different subject, I want to thank Member Olson for attending the last SFOC meeting and for alerting the board of the committee's continued concern with the accuracy of the language of the performance audit. During your brief discussion, staff referred to the requested language change as an inconsequential revision. That word is kind of interesting. It underscores there are no consequences for the board's failure to follow the law. After the auditors made corrections that the SFO committee requested 2 meetings ago, the audit language on the establishment of the committee remains misleading. The audit now says that the board appointed the committee September 2025 in accordance with Ed Code section 15282. There are 3 Ed Code sections, and they chose to proof of district compliance, the section that deals with the makeup of the committee. They did not mention the first section, which deals with the critical 60-day appointment deadline you missed. What's the purpose of a performance audit that is there to ensure, quote, this is the law, strict accountability, if not to identify problems? The audit is meaningless if it does not acknowledge this district spent over $26 million on construction without an oversight committee. Voters who just paid their taxes that are due tomorrow agreed to spend bond supporting tax dollars relying on meaningful, accurate annual audits. You told us recently you learned the hard way that you were lied to by Dr. Paramo. Look at the mess those lies have created. Clearly, the truth matters. I submit to you that misleading statements in an audit are lies by omission. Clearly, it's not an inconsequential bit of language. That is my humble opinion. Failure to own and acknowledge mistakes is not the path to the much-needed funds of a parcel tax that we all hope someday will become a reality if you help us.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderborg. I have Daniel Hacking, followed by Les Cohen.
Good evening, board, administrators, and our faithful audience. My name is Daniel Hacking. I'm a longtime resident, Burbank, many years ago as a teacher and administrator in this district. I am doing a follow-up to Jeff Vanderborg's Cure and Correct demand speech because of the public concerns about the change from resignation to retirement for Dr. Paramo. It's not about his request to change his status. He has every right to make that request. In response to that request, the board is required to hold a public vote to approve or deny and approve or deny the cost of that change. That public vote did not occur. At least we can find no record of it. And then the board president intentionally attempted to mislead the public. This board continuously refuses to follow the rules of governance. The speech by former Mayor Jeff Vanderborg tonight and the letter delivered to BUSD last week is a demand to cure and correct the actions of this board. Each of you have a responsibility, an obligation as publicly elected officials to follow the rules of governance. Specifically in this case, the Brown Act. You are not allowed to spend public dollars without following those rules. But you keep doing it. Somehow, BUSD staff was directed to pay Dr. Paramo for health benefits with public dollars without public approval. That's simply not allowed. Still, according to various notes on the personnel transaction request, PTR 4716, on January 29th, 2026, this submission was flagged for corrections. Change due to Burbank Unified School District Board of Education direction and approval. Individual board members have no authority on their own. Power resides in the board as a whole, all of you together, with actions and direction determined through voting in either open or closed session. So, questions remain. Was there ever a board vote to take action to pay for Paramos benefits as stated on the PTRs? If yes, why was it never reported to the public? Why are there 3 different board approval dates? Note, none of those dates line up with the dates and times that you've actually met. If no, who gave the staff direction to publicly spend public funds without the required vote? Was it all 5 of you? Was it only 1 or 2? We just don't know. Even if that is the case, the rest of the board is still responsible to cure and correct the Brown Act violation. All of you are accountable. More questions come to mind. Does finance staff require proof of board approval to write checks? Are there well-established protocols in place for staff to pay bills, vendors, individuals, etc.? We all saw what happened when those protocols were bypassed and bad actors like Charlene Tabbitt and Isaiah Knoll were able to be paid for work they didn't do, and their checks were facilitated by and delivered directly to an administrator's desk. What protocols and policies were bypassed for Dr. Paramos' change of status and payment of $9,338.08 based on the warrant report from March 26th? When well-established internal controls for initiating payment with public dollars are not followed, it puts staff in a vulnerable position. They can become scapegoats for mistakes and board misdeeds for not following the rules. And you, as board members, demonstrate a failure of your duty to care for all of BUSD staff. You board members continue to spend taxpayer funds that you do not have the right to spend, and you deliberately mislead the public. We've had enough. Please get better.
Thank you, Mr. Hacking. I have Les Cohn followed by Eric Hawk.
Good evening, Dr. Macias, district staff, board members, and members of the public. My name is Les Cohen. I'm a retired counselor, worked in the district for over 20 years. And I'm here tonight to speak briefly to the matter of the Sobel Group investigation of the Charlene Tabbitt matter. Since the investigation has been quite lengthy, we'll begin by making a few remarks regarding the initial necessity for the investigation and about what has happened since it began. As most of us know, former board member Charlene Tabbitt is currently awaiting trial on felony fraud charges. These charges stem from a $93,000 scheme allegedly perpetrated by Ms. Tabbitt to defraud the BUSD of this money through a bogus LLC and shell company created secretly by Ms. Tabbitt for this purpose. Anyway, the scheme was finally discovered, and the Burbank Police Department stepped in to conduct an investigation. Based on what the Burbank Police Department discovered, Ms. Tabbitt was charged by the Los Angeles County District Attorney with fraud. As mentioned previously, she currently awaits trial on this charge. During approximately the same time that the BPD investigation began, the BUSD, following the advice of their attorneys, Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Ruddy, and Romero, engaged a company called the Sobel Group to conduct an independent investigation of the same matter. They continue to investigate and are charged with discovering who within the district, aside from Ms. Tabbitt, may have been involved in the fraud, details regarding what may have taken place with regard to the fraud, when any illegal or unauthorized actions may have occurred, which departments may have been involved, why these things happened in the first place, and so on. Now, having said all that, I come to the most important reason that I'm here tonight. The board has been asked on many occasions since June of 2025 when the Sobel report will be finished and how much of it the public will have access to. We have been assured on multiple occasions that we will have almost complete access to the finished report with the exception of necessary redactions. This is reassuring. Tonight, I'd like to again clarify that the public will have this kind of access to the completed edition of the Sobel report. Finally, President Ponser Kamkar, you were asked, and I believe it was February of this year, when the report would be completed. You responded with some frustration that you had been assured the report would be completed sometime in April. Today is April 9th, and as of this moment, we still don't have the report. So can you kindly tell the public and BUSD employees how much longer we will have to wait before we can gain access to the report and its completed contents? We are waiting with bated breath. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. I have Eric Hawk, and then that is the last card that I have. Mr. Hawk.
Hey, and a very pleasant good evening to the members of the Burbank School Board, district personnel, as well as others who've taken time out of their evening to participate in this meeting. My name, for the record, is Eric Hawk. I am the current president, board of directors of the Burbank Community Band. Very excited to share with you that on Saturday, April the 11th at 2 p.m. at Dolores Huerta Middle School, the main stage there, the Burbank Community Band will be at the heart of a really wonderful community event. We have local artists from the California Creative Arts featuring wonderful art show. We also have flexologists from Burbank's own Stretch Lab. They'll be sharing their talents to help spread wellness. And Burbank's own Capitol Grill restaurant will be providing free cookies at this free concert. This all starts as early as 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the courtyard and lobby outside of the auditorium at Dolores Huerta. Then at 2 p.m., the Burbank Community Band will present Milestones of Freedom. The band and I are incredibly grateful that this performance is happening at Dolores Huerta Middle School. We had an assembly last Friday, April 3rd, and it was a real hoot. Great thanks to Dr. Weisberg for making an appearance there. It really did touch my heart. Thank you for being there. And for attending this very special occasion, the band. Also, once again, want to thank, at Dolores Huerta, I want to thank Dina Grimshaw, the Title I coordinator, for being a great coordinator for this event, answering questions, facilitating visits to the school, and being a terrific ambassador for the school and district for us musicians here. The concert Milestones of Freedom at 2 p.m., concert celebrating the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, as well as the 175th anniversary of California statehood. It will present music composed by in this land in the late 1700s, as well as music inspired by the events surrounding the signing of the Declaration. The concert, late breaking news for us. The concert is going to be hosted by George Pinocchio, ABC7 Eyewitness News longtime entertainment reporter. So that'll be a wonderful thing. The mayor of Burbank, Tamala Takahashi, will be narrating passages of the Declaration of Independence in the West Coast premiere of Charles Booker's piece Declaration 1776. Abiodun Koya, an internationally acclaimed classical soprano singer, will bring her extraordinary voice to join the band on songs highlighting a number of pieces, especially celebrating California state history and this state's absolutely adorable state song of I Love You, California. It is great. In addition to celebrating the 250th anniversary of America and California's 175th, Milestones of Freedom will also highlight historic moments where freedoms and liberties have expanded and transformed, from the abolition of slavery, the birth of jazz and creative expression, and the civil rights movement. The concert will be an uplifting event an event highlighting great goals achieved through struggle and sacrifice and making for a better land for all of us. Hope y'all can make it to the show. The Free Milestones of Freedom concert will be again on Saturday, April the 11th at 2 p.m. at Dolores Huerta Middle School. Just in case you don't know the address, 420 South Mariposa Street right here in Burbank. And once again, or I should also add, this is a concert so nice you'll want to see it twice. The band will have a preview concert the day before on Friday, April 10th at 10 a.m. And that'll be at the Jocelyn Adult Center at 1301 West Olive Avenue, also right here in Burbank. So hopefully can see y'all tomorrow or Saturday or both. And I will pass around some of these to the dais and to the district annex over off on the side there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hawk. Okay, staff response.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all our speakers. I just want to, again, acknowledge your presence here. There's a lot that I will not be able to speak to, but I do want to highlight a couple of things. Ms. Hunter Magdalene, I've already emailed you. Hopefully, we can set up an appointment very soon to discuss your ideas. I'll encourage our staff here to be in attendance as well, so we can have that discussion. And lastly, again, to Mr. Hawk, thank you. You're always pleasant. You're always inviting us to events, and you're always bringing joy and music to our ears and our hearts. So appreciate your efforts. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Macias. Thank you, Ms. Hunter Magdalene, for the interesting idea. I look forward to hearing the outcome of your meeting with Dr. Macias. I want to make sure that we save our discussion about the Assistant Superintendent of HR position for when we get to that item. So I'm not going to comment on that here. And Ms. Wamsley, thank you for your comments on the accounting of our donated funds. I think those are all super helpful. And we got really great ones from Ms. Helfrich last board meeting, however long ago that was at this point, that I think the team can take into account, right? I think our systems can do some things and not others, but we should be able to do some accurate accounting of all of the money that we receive that isn't state funded. And then Mr. Cohen, I too have been waiting on bated breath for a email that tells me when that report is coming in. What I've heard from our council is that it is on track to be completed by the end of April as promised, which if it is the end of April, that is, I guess, what I should expect. But I would hope that it is, maybe before that. So when we receive it, the board will receive it, and then we will need some time to redact as appropriate. But you still have our commitment that we will be as transparent as we possibly can with it. On the Brown Act issue, I'm not going to speak to it, but we're working with council on it right now. Okay. We understand and we hear you on it. Okay. And Mr. Hawk, thank you as always for coming and being just a ray of sunshine and human sunshine in our lives. I heard Dr. Hasty say, I love this guy. So you have one another supporter. Any other comments from my colleagues? Dr. Weisberg?
I just wanted to thank, going back up for a second, Sarah Schwartz for her comment about school safety infrastructure. We talked a lot at the last meeting about getting a bond priority list so that we can talk some more specifically about things. And we know Huerta's been patiently waiting for their cameras for a while. Also, a really important reminder about that Prop 98 money. I look forward to hearing about ways that we can activate alongside you guys, and hopefully the community can join us. Thank you, Mr. Hawk. I had a great time at Huerta. It was really fantastic. And to Ms. Grimshaw for the invitation, and also a shout out to Mr. Gonzalez, who is the tech teacher at Huerta. And I think one of the things besides the beautiful music and certainly the Hamilton medley was seeing our Huerta tech team run the show, which is really every time I see a show at Huerta or at Burroughs or Burbank High, watching our students run the light board and the sound board. It's not only is it just makes me really proud, we're going to be turning out some amazing professionals who will go on to really lucrative careers because they've learned how to do this. So, and watching a bunch of the kids sing along during the Hamilton medley was a pretty great moment. So thank you for coming and sharing about upcoming events. And again, thank you to Ms. Schwartz for the reminder about ways that we can actively get involved on a state level.
Right. Great. And thank you for all of our speakers. We really appreciate you. All right. So we'll move on to 11 reports to the board. We'll start with our report on 2026 CASP testing. I'll have Dr. Macias. You want to do an introduction, or should we just throw it to Dr. Andrews?
I would love to just take a moment to introduce our fantastic director here, Dr. Andrews, who has become quite the expert in CASP and data analysis, and is a great resource for us at the district and our school sites. So Dr. Andrews, please. Thank you.
Just getting our presentation up.
No problem.
Hey, so good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. I am Robin Anders, Director of Instructional Technology and Accountability. Would like to recognize the board, our president, Ms. Kamkar, and board members, district staff, and community at home. This is a presentation to just get more clarity on our CASP assessments now that we're in spring and nearing the assessment windows where a lot of students will be participating in our CASP assessments, and great clarity on that. So the CASP assessment suite consists of not just the state assessments that we're all familiar with. It is the SBAC, which is the English Language Arts and Math assessment, a science assessment identified as CAST. That's in grades 5, 8, and high school. An alternative assessment for students who have disabilities. It's about 1% of our population that would be qualified for that alternative. And then interim assessments that help students prepare that can be used throughout the school year. For the end of year testing, the high stakes testing that people are most familiar with, that's in English, math, and science. These are the approximate testing times. These are inflated. So students do finish earlier than this, but this is sort of on the long end of how long a test could potentially take, especially for some of our students who continue to get a lot of questions correct, and it adapts to give them more challenging questions. So there are two types of assessment within the English Language Arts and Math, the SBAC. There is the adaptive portion of the test, which is what we're most familiar with or think about when we think of high stakes testing. That is multiple choice for the most part, although not all the questions are choose the best answer. The performance task is the other portion of the English and Math, and that is sort of an essay, long response to usually 1 to 2 questions. And so that's factored into the overall test score, and unique sort of since CASP and SBAC has been introduced in about 2013. The adaptive test and the performance task assessment, and as well as the science assessment, all are created based off of educator input. So it is actually educators in the classroom that help develop these tests and write the test questions. They go through field testing as well as psychometric analysis to see that they're relevant, they're appropriate, and just a lot of development involved with all of these test questions. As of just to note, they've already made adjustments to this year's assessment that did include a question about Cesar Chavez that was removed from the assessment prior to it being administered. So they do change the questions. Universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations. These are all available to students that participate in the assessments. So they try to make these accessible as much as possible to all students, including tools such as speech to text or text to speech that really help our students that may have challenges with a computer or online assessment. So one of the things that's come up when we look at our data as a district is our newcomers and their required participation in the assessment. So a student that's new to us, an immigrant or second language student, is required to take the math assessment, even if they started 2 weeks ago, which is a challenge because they don't always have the same standards, same type of instruction from even out of state sometimes. Even though we're all using Common Core standards, each state is a little more unique in how they approach those. English language arts, they get a 1-year waiver from being required to participate. They may participate if they choose, but they realize that a student that's just learning English is going to struggle with an English assessment. So they do give us 1 year. And so in the past couple of years, when we've looked at scores, sometimes we've seen a big influx of immigrant students. It's really the next year that we see that play out in our test scores when they're required to test. That hasn't been the case recently. We've sort of stabilized with a lot of our English learner enrollments. And so we shouldn't see such a fluctuation based off of an influx. So the big question is, when do we get results and what does that look like for students, families, and us as a district? Just in the last 2-3 years since the pandemic, they've been able to start to do a rolling release for districts. That is just sort of hard data that we get as far as being able to start to look at how our students perform, individual test scores. So we do get those rather quickly, 3 to 4 week turnaround. So when we finish testing, usually that's first couple of weeks of June. And we try to have this data digestible to our principals when we do our Principals Institute in the 2nd or 3rd week of June. Parent notifications and the SSRs, those are the student score reports. Those don't come at the same time. Those come a little bit later. We have a direct communication with the testing system for those to be imported directly into ARIES. So there is no delay once ETS, the Educational Testing Services, releases those score reports. They are accessible in our systems immediately through the parent and student portal. We typically hold off on notifying parents about the accessing these until school starts. Because they may miss that email over the summer. And also, a lot of times, as soon as they look at that score report, they have questions. And so there's not staff to respond. So we usually notify within the first 2 or 3 weeks of school that, hey, these are available, but that doesn't stop parents from checking over the summer if they already know what the deal is and they want to see what that score is right away. We can access these scores through TOMS, SARS, and our local SIS. So we have a lot of different methods for our teachers, our administrators, and leaders to access our scores. We also do our own separate analysis through pivot tables and charts and sort of a choose your adventure dashboard that we create for them to disaggregate the data in various ways, including comparing how our students perform on state assessments versus how they perform on our local assessments versus how they are graded throughout the course of the school year. So it's a full snapshot of our students' performance and where there may be discrepancies in how they're performing. So moving beyond proficiency, it goes to the school dashboard. So we get individual scores over the summer. Students and families get those usually late summer, beginning of the year. And then about November, December is when the state accountability starts to kick in and they publish our California dashboard for the previous school year that weighs heavily on how our students performed academically. They focused on color coding. Although when we came back from the pandemic for one brief year, it was cell phone bars, if you remember when that came out. But we're back to color coding again. And the color coding is based off of not only our performance, but also our growth. So a blue or green typically indicates that you're already at a high level of performance and you're increasing scores at the same time. There are options that, if you're in the middle of the performance and you're growing, that you can get to that green, but usually blue is you're dominating both, or you're extremely high in performance. So outside of our performance on academics, our graduation rate has sometimes been very high, and it's hard to maintain a blue because it's hard to maintain such a high level of performance. They are shifting, though. The shift with our California dashboard is to start looking at cohort tracking. And so they're not only doing the color coding with our dashboard, they're also looking at tracking cohorts for growth from one year to the next, and sort of determining how many students increased or maintained in their individual scores. Because these are scale scored assessments, and they are use performance bands to determine if they've met or nearly met the standard. Another piece of accountability that comes from the state and nationally is CSI, TSI, and ATSI. That's usually on a 3-year cycle. Any of our schools that were identified for TSI or ATSI have left that designation. So we currently have no identification as TSI or ATSI. We did not have any schools under CSI in Burbank Unified. But this is another measure that they look at schools and subgroups, and even subgroups at schools, as long as there's more than 30 students at that school, to determine if there needs to be additional support because of low performance. Maybe a little out of place, this slide, but this is sort of what I was talking about with the different scores of standard not met, nearly met, met, or exceeded. But these are claims within the overall performance band. So in each test, when you look at your student score report, or we do as a district, if you're looking at English language arts, you get their overall performance in English language arts. And those are the 4 bands that I just mentioned. But there's also claims within that are a little more specific, such as reading, writing, listening, and research in English language arts. But not to make things any more confusing, they use 3 bands instead of 4 when they look at the individual claims, and those would be below standard, near standard, or above standard. So we do 3, and I think the reason is they didn't want to have a hard proficient or not proficient in the claims, so they did near standard. So communicating results, like I had shared before, those student score reports come out, and that's the piece that most parents are wanting to know. They want to know, is my child meeting standard? And these tests, specifically the interim assessments and the state assessments in spring, are really geared to identify, is a student performing at grade level on the standards that the state has determined are important for that grade level and in that subject area. So just to dive into that a little more specifically of what students can see on their score reports. You can see their overall achievement. It'll also include their score history for their individual student. It'll break down the performance areas and sub-skills or claims. It'll also give a Lexile and quantile measure. These are other scale scores that are more nationally recognized as a mechanism to determine if your child's performing at a specific level. A lot of platforms use these to correctly place students. So I'm just going to use Lexile as a more familiar measure of sometimes, like a platform like News ELA, you can put in a student's Lexile level and it'll adapt the text to be at the correct reading level based on that score. So sometimes that's a little more specific than just saying they read at a 5th grade level. It's a Lexile score that sort of replaces that. Essay rubric breakdown, that's part of the performance task. It'll give a little more specific feedback on how they did with how they did in some of those extended writing tasks. and then contextual averages about how that student compares to other students in the state or district. So how do we prepare our students to take these assessments? Really, it's a culmination of all the instruction that they receive throughout the school year. In 2013 is when we moved away from the API score. If you remember API, that was a score that was given to schools, and if you hit 800, you were great, and if you didn't hit 800, you had work to do. But that was when high stakes testing really the phrase became coined. That's when teachers' names were being published in newspapers, if you remember those days, about how their students scored. And that's really kind of put the nail in the coffin of teaching to the test. We don't teach to the test in Burbank Unified. We teach to standards. And that's what these Common Core assessments assess, the standards, and they do it at grade level. So those are the key pieces. We do the interim assessments throughout the year, mostly because it ensures that our kids are seeing the rigor and at grade level questions that they will see on the state assessments. It helps us calibrate as a team to say, is the daily instruction we're giving in our classrooms, are we using the vocabulary that's considered grade level vocabulary? Are we asking rigorous questions or the type of procedural questions that they're going to need to understand to be at grade level? In addition to that, we do a lot of formative work throughout the year. That's our local assessments. So we do benchmarks at all of our secondary schools at semester. At elementary, we also do beginning of the year and middle of the year assessments through STAR Reading and our math screeners. These are all formative assessments for us to track where our students at. Do they need intervention? Are they performing at grade level or near grade level for that time of year? This highlights those assessments I was just sharing. So STAR Reading, math screeners, local benchmarks, the CASP interim assessments, as well as other screeners like STAR, and a new one this year was DIBELS in K through second, which is used to be known as a dyslexia screener, but it really screens for many different things. And it can get very diagnostic by doing subtests and progress monitoring to really get specific about where students need support in reading. Some frequently asked questions. What is the CASP and why is my third grader taking it? It begins in third grade. So students in K through second don't take the assessment. Some districts there is an option to opt into some sort of state testing in second grade, but we don't want to subject to our students to any more state tests than what's required. But it is third through eighth. And then all of our assessments are given through 11th. Earlier, I said the CAST was for high school. They give flexibility. You can give it in 10th, 11th, or 12th. Some districts give it in 10th because that's when most of the students finish their science education. We just do it in 11th because it's a good blend between 10th and 12th for our student population, as well as that's when we're already doing testing. So there's a focus there for students. How long does testing take? It is untimed. So it's not a high stress timed test for students. They have as much time as they need. It is computer based. It does adapt. A significant portion of the test adapts based on their answers, and it'll stop if they are not getting answers correctly. So I know a lot of parents struggle with wanting to opt their students out, especially if their students have disabilities or feel like there's test anxiety or there's other concerns with state testing. The test was shortened in 2020. So a lot of those testing times that I shared earlier are inflated because it no longer takes that long. They shortened the blueprints in 2020. But nobody wants to see a student sit in front of a screen for more than 30 to 40 minutes at a time. So, and if we determine that they've made as much progress as they can, we will support that kid to complete the test or end the testing, which is a better way to put that. How would these test scores affect my child going forward? We do not use these for any high stakes placement or retention or any of that. It's a data point for us. It's one snapshot. And there's a lot of more story to every child than just how they performed on one assessment. So it is important. It is a piece that should be in play and considered, but it's not the only piece that we use for any of these decisions. And how can I help prepare my child without stressing them out? Just make sure they're fed and they have a good night's sleep. That a lot of the other distractions outside of school or even at school are set aside during testing week. Let that just be the focus, and they can perform as best they can. And that's an easy ask. Any other questions?
Dr. Weisberg.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you. Dr. Macis and I shared this a little bit at the PTA council meeting, whatever day that was. Tuesday. Time is no meeting. But there were a lot of like ohs and like sort of nodding heads at some of the basic breakdowns in here. So actually, this is super, super helpful. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Yeah, I hope it's a resource in the agenda, but also we'll post it on our site
Yeah.
to help.
I mean, I think it is a useful and helpful resource. I guess I have one question, one observation. Observation is the irony of there being TSI and ATSI for this test, but not funding for every one of our duplicated student groups throughout the entire year so that we can actually make them all stronger. It's like it's great that we do it for a test. It's infuriating that we don't fund that way.
Oh, there's no funding for ATSI or TSI.
Oh, then what's
Only funding for CSI,
seriously? Well, then what's the point of even having it?
just to make.
Oh, this so much anger shooting out of my ears and my face right now. Well, now I'm just mad about it.
What it does do is require us to use our local funding, like through our SIPSA or LCAP, to address those subgroups. So it forces us to identify them in those plans and direct funding towards them.
That's insane.
Yeah.
For the record. My question is, we all agree it's insane. I know you've spoken before about 11th grade and there being sometimes issues with testing because so many of the kids will opt out because they have APs around the same time. So what is our thought? I mean, are we just kind of saying, that's the way that it is? Or are we trying to approach it from a different place? I don't have a particularly strong feeling about it. I'm just curious because I know we're not the only district that struggles with this.
That's comes and goes. It's not always the same story each year. Has not been the story this year. But we have moved the testing up for them, so we do it right after spring break, which is a little early, but then it does not conflict with them preparing for their AP exams. And that's the biggest feedback we've gotten from them is, could we just do it earlier so that I can have that behind me and focus on my AP prep.
And do we give the parents, I love that. Do we give parents, or do the principals give parents sort of the same overview you gave with these frequently asked questions? Because I'm sure there's a lot of anxiety with parents, especially regarding does this impact placement? How is this going to affect, like what kind of like front loading do we do with families pretty much like immediately before we're doing the testing?
That's all information that's usually disseminated through our principals and our site administrators because that's who the parents really want to hear that from. Typically, they don't want to hear it from Robin Anders, who they've never met at the district office. So we work with them to really share that information, build that, and then also our teachers too, because especially at elementary, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, that direct line of communication with the teacher on what testing is going to look like in my 3rd grader's classroom, that means the most. So definitely through those avenues.
Ms. Cano and then Ms. Wilson.
Okay, to follow up with Dr. Weisberg's question, in terms of if they're opting out, if we have too many kids opt out, do we get dinged?
Yes. We have to have 95% participation at every school, at every grade level, and at every subgroup. And if we don't, then they assign the lowest obtainable score to the percentage that we would have needed to get to 95%. And that is reflected in our scores on the dashboard and through other reporting mechanisms.
So are we making parents aware of that? Because I know, especially the whole thing with the AP classes at the high school level that they want, but just have parents been made aware really that we're going to get dinged?
That isn't a subgroup that we've had too many concerns about, to be honest. I mean, 11th grade in general, that participation, usually the subgroups that we're most concerned with is the smaller numbers of students. So special ed sometimes at specific schools, English language learners at specific schools. Because again, if they have 32 students and if 10 of those students opt out, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that now, is the dashboard going to start tracking cohorts?
Yes.
That's what you said. So I think I've asked you this, it's a personal question in terms of teachers being able to see last year's class, because we can't see our class from the year before. It goes on. So I can't see how my kids did. I can only see the kids I have from this
They
year.
can in Burbank Unified.
Oh, so
Have your team reach out to me.
Well, well, I know we don't have Robin. Thank you very much. Everyone needs a Robin Anders.
We set it up, Sarah's, we can set up last year's and this year's rosters through Sarah's group so they can see last year's and this year's. And then we also do it through our information system like Aries and School City and others.
But for those of us that don't have a Robin Anders, are they going to be able to track the cohorts? Teachers will be able to track like their students from before, or we're just going to track an entire class from that year?
Grade level.
All right. And then one last question was, I don't think I heard you out, because you said in terms of the students may participate, ELA or, children who are new to the language may participate if they choose. Was that in ELA after year one or
They can
first year, but not after year one? You didn't
They
say.
have to participate after year one.
Yeah.
In the first year, they can attest if they want. They aren't required to. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And Bob Martin will want me to say this, is that the ETS and system identifies those kids for us based on their enrollment date.
I do have one last thing to say.
Go ahead.
I do have to give you kudos. This thing, I was just going, oh my gosh, this is just a wonderful presentation.
It can get very cumbersome looking through the CDE and the other sites meant for parents. I think this boiled it down to what exactly what people want to know.
So it's just like a fun.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I've got I think a similar question about the cohort data, which is like, are these true? Is it true cohort data, or is it just comparing I feel like sometimes, right? You get, when you have newcomers or when you have kids that switch schools, it kind of just lumps them all together. So it will just compare all of last year's, it'll just say like, all of last year's third grade will be compared to this year's third grade, but yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, is it actually tracking like individual students?
Yes, but I don't know that if it gets that specific.
Okay.
So what it'll do is it'll track the previous year's third grade and how they performed this year in fourth grade.
Got it.
But I don't know if it's going to throw out individual student scores that weren't with us in third grade, or if they were in a different district, let's say, tested somewhere else and then tested with us in fourth grade. But the goal is just to look at, and that's the thing that they're trying to get us away from, and maybe the community, is stop comparing last year's or this year's third grade versus last year's third grade.
Right, exactly.
Because you could be dealing with a whole group of students with different needs, right? And it's hard to say. What we should be doing more and more so, and this is what we try to do, is look at how did they perform last year and did they improve the following year?
Right. And I feel like
So that's where the
puts it
state's
into real.
That's where the state's trying to move to. And for the most part, like a district like ours, our student population is pretty stable. So we're usually comparing the same group of students, except for a few.
In comparison to other districts, where are we in the testing window for the state testing? Are we kind of early, late, middle of the where do we test?
That's a good question. We're in a happy middle, I would say. Most districts are testing April. We're at the very end of April. If we start looking at May dates, then we start having a lot of distractions with end of year activities. So I don't think, a lot of the schools and states or schools should say, and districts are always looking, how can we push out as late as possible? Because they want more time with the kids, right? In fact, some people say that's the motivation behind schools starting in August, is you have more time with your kids before state testing. So, but they keep the state window, we can go into June if we really needed to, as far as when they allow us to continue to test.
And I was going to add in, it's something that's different for us because our school calendar doesn't necessarily match up with other districts in our timelines. Even spring break, when we go, we were rather early compared to other districts. So as Dr. Anderson, we're pretty much in the middle with the April.
I will say one thing that's made a big difference for us is having enough devices for every student has made made it much simpler to streamline our testing schedule and test in a more condensed fashion. And when I was an AP at Luther, I remember having a schedule with kids cycling through the lab to test, and it went over 2 to 3 weeks because we just didn't have the devices on campus to test kids. So that's something, I don't know, the devices is a factor in how we test in our schedule and calendar. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're trying to do all of the testing every morning to kind of get the kids when they're fresh. And to answer Dr. Weisberg's question about like, what kind of communication do the parents receive? Like, I can just tell you that we all got an email from our curriculum specialist and principal about, and in multiple languages with, here's the testing calendar of when all the students will be tested. Here's when students will make up if they have absences, and just, this is about information. This is not about high stakes. They gave some of the resources. They pointed to the CDE resources and to the district website. And, just like make sure that your kids eat a good breakfast, get a good night's sleep, and wish them good luck, right? So they are, I think, trying to send out good resources for parents directly from the school rather than from Dr. Anders, who we all know and love, but who the rest of the parents may not.
Another thing about the calendar is
Yeah.
we are consistent across our district with all sites. So they're all pretty much identical, except for maybe a few days. So that we're not having one school that has a significant advantage or disadvantage versus others because of when they chose to test.
Okay, got it.
How long after spring break do we start testing?
For our high school, they start right after spring break.
Right.
So they actually are now just wrapping all of their testing. They're doing the last few makeups, whereas our middle school and elementary haven't started yet. They'll be in the next week or two.
They've got 3 weeks to a month.
Mm-hmm.
And I also comment on the
Absolutely.
scheduling thing because this is literally used to be my job. I think it's such a cool luxury that we can do it so early. Like so many districts are like, wait till the last second. And I just like, I think that's great that we can nudge it early. Like as a district, that's just saying a lot. Most people there's a lot of pressure to do that when it makes the most sense. Are you done with your questions? Okay.
We're mostly comparing against ourselves, not against other districts for the most part. Yeah.
That's great. I wanted to ask a couple questions, but first a few comments. On your other questions, I'm curious if students can still use these scores to eliminate some of their entry-level courses at UC schools. Is that a thing that exists anymore?
It's not as consistent as it used to be.
Okay. That used to be a really solid
It's more
selling
at
point.
the community colleges, and now we're seeing not all the community colleges commit. Yeah.
So
But depending on where students enroll, especially if it's some community colleges will waive the requirement to take an entrance exam. They will use that score for the placement in their first course.
okay, that's a bummer because
Early
used to
assessment.
be a huge
EAP,
motivator.
early assessment program.
EAP
but
or
yeah.
That's a huge bummer. One of the questions I had was, I know a big struggle that we used to have is just like the connecting of where the standards are underneath the specific targets under the claims. Have they cleaned that up and made that cleaner for teachers to understand, like what specific Common Core standards are attached to targets?
The blueprints are clean and as in how they develop the test and how many questions on certain standards and et cetera. So if we were really adamant about teaching to the test, we could use the blueprint to say, well, this standard's going to show up this many times on the assessment. So we want to focus on that, but that's not how we do things.
Right.
They were getting really good at the reporting end of it, of breaking down the scores and how they performed in each of those. And then it kind of got wiped out during the pandemic when they shortened the test.
Okay.
So if you remember post-pandemic with the test shortened, we were only getting claim and overall performance. We weren't even getting the target reports or any of that more specific information, but they built that back out now. So we did get target reports last year for large subgroups, but I'm hoping this year it can be even smaller cohorts or potentially it's not so limited to a larger number of group of students to see that data.
I mean, I guess that the reason for the question too is like, does the data impact what they're doing in the classroom and like
Yes,
help?
100%.
And I was also curious if there's some connective tissue to the STAR tests and the interim tests to kind of be able to say, I don't know, draw some conclusions and things.
Our vendors that we meet with when STAR like to try to focus on that with us. They always say, this is our prediction score on how they'll do on the CASP. And we're saying, we're not really interested in that. We want to see more or less the kids that need intervention. That's priority number one. So kids that are below grade level and how do we get them at grade level? But then beyond that, we're looking more so at where kids have exceeded grade level in certain areas and skill sets and where they're below in others. So a kid that is at grade level, we're more getting diagnostic about what do they do well and what do they don't, but not necessarily trying to predict the score they're going to get on the assessment.
No, yeah, that's kind of what I was hoping you would say.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I know they're always throwing the numbers, but it's like, are they giving tangible ways to do the intervention?
Yes, and they do. And then that couples with the end of year assessment of then looking as a whole, more as a whole. Not typically, we don't use the end of the year, the state assessment for individual student diagnostic information, but more so like, okay, as a school, how are our kids performing? And do we need to adjust our instruction in certain standards because they're just not, that's one of the struggles there, standards they're not performing as well on. Does that make sense?
I actually really like that. Just like not using that summative data to go deep into the individual student, but to kind of reflect. I think that's great.
Yep.
So sorry for my detailed questions. Those TEI items are so rough. Have they enhanced them or has STAR done some mirroring? Because it's really, really hard for some of those students that are just jumping into these types of exams and things like that, but also just for new teachers to understand how they work. Have you seen any has it gotten better? The technologically enhanced items and drag and drops and the graphing, et cetera?
It's been, I'll have to be very transparent. When it comes to the state assessment, it's been a while since I've looked over the shoulder of a student to see. And the interim assessment questions haven't been as updated. And so they've pretty much stayed pretty original to some of the original questions. So it's hard for me to answer that when it comes to state assessment. But when it comes to our vendors like STAR and some of our other platforms, yes.
Because it kind of makes a difference in talking to parents and explaining about it. It's a clunky state test. I just was curious if that was updated. I'm thrilled it's no longer timed. I honestly didn't know that. I think that was the frequency of the interim. I don't know if you addressed that. I might have missed it. I'm sorry.
It depends. So we work with our elementaries to ensure that they've usually given at least one interim in the spring prior to testing. But they can vary. We've had most of the growth in that in middle school and high school, and specifically middle school. So in middle school English language arts, they're giving an interim assessment in the fall and the spring.
In the spring. Okay.
Yep. And then math is starting to do the same. And then our high schools have become very interested in it this year. And so they're dabbling with it to come up with sort of a recommended frequency for high school as well.
What's the turnaround time for the results on the interim? Is it
It's automatic.
It is automatic.
Unless
okay.
it's a lot of the assessments have hand scored items, which requires then our teachers to go into their system to score
Right.
the items. So that could slow the score results, but otherwise it's automatic. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that frequency, but thank you. This was so helpful. The other question that I had was you mentioned that the scores should be ready for Principals Institute at the end of June. And so can you talk a little bit about how they're used at Principals Institute, either for just talking generally about performance or instructional planning, and like, are they used in kind of master scheduling or placement of students at all?
No, they don't use them for placement of students, but other than they may use them to create heterogeneous classrooms. So, and what I mean by that is more so at elementary of ensuring that one classroom has equal representation of students at different skill levels. It would be detrimental to put a lot of students that are below grade level in one classroom. So I think they're mindful of that when they do class placements, but not as far as any specific coursework as a mechanism to be placed into that. The other thing that they use it is preparing their professional development plans throughout the year. So typically when we give them the test results and the dashboard to disaggregate their data and look at it in different formats and charts, we also give them sort of a template to plan out their professional development for the year, what they want to focus on as far as their trainings and topics throughout the year. And so usually they'll identify an area of growth through the scores to focus on.
I will add that our middle schools have a distinct advantage that they are able to talk to master scheduling within their Title I funds and their school site council and their SIPSAs, possibly intentionally plan intervention based on test scores with students. So that's been done. Currently also looked at it. That's all done with the data provided.
Cool. Great. All right. Any other questions about state testing? Thank you, Dr. Anders.
Yep, I
Really
look forward.
appreciate it.
We'll bring you results in August. when
You
we have
better.
them. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right, then let us move to new and unfinished business. 12A, adoption of resolution 31 proclaiming April 24th, 2026 as Burbank Unified District Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923. Dr. Knappich. Or Dr. Macias, sorry.
I will take this. Thank you very much. This is an opportunity again to commemorate the unfortunate tragedy with the Armenian genocide. In addition, we're also recognizing at the same moment the other atrocities that we've know in our history and currently encountering in our current times. So I am proud to present this and highly recommend the board take action on this resolution as presented.
Thank you. I also believe we've got a presentation from Ms. Marcus.
We do have some books to present. Would you like that to happen now? Our Director of Secondary Education and Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Ms. Markinson, please, if you will. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Board President Kamkar, VP Weisberg, board members, district colleagues, and community members. I am here to present what our amazing BUSD library coordinators have put together for Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day this year. So the coordinators are proud to present these 3 titles that explore the rich tapestry of Armenian history, from ancient folklore to modern day discovery. Each book offers a unique lens to help students and families engage with themes of resilience, justice, and the enduring power of memory. The Greedy Sparrow, an Armenian Tale, is an elementary school book that readers will enjoy. It is a vibrant retelling of a classic Armenian folk tale. A clever but manipulative sparrow climbs a ladder of deception, trading a simple thorn for increasingly valuable prizes. Lucine Kasparian's engaging narrative, paired with Maria Zakina's unique illustrations, creates a cautionary tale that is as visually striking as it is morally resonant. This book for young readers offers a playful yet poignant lesson on how greed and dishonesty eventually unravel, leaving the trickster with nothing but the consequences of their own choices. For our middle school readers, we offer this 2024 California Book Award Gold Medalist, The Honey Jar, An Armenian's Escape to Freedom by Joan Shetler. It is a heartrending novel in verse that follows 8-year-old Bedros as he leads his younger sisters through the chaos of the 1920 Armenian flight to freedom. Separated from the adults in his family, Bedros must balance the heavy burden of survival with the weight of a broken promise to his mother. I highly recommend this lyrical and suspenseful story for its moving portrayal of resilience and the universal refugee experience. It is a powerful testament to the enduring bonds of family. And for our high school readers and beyond, Nadine Takvoria uses a striking blend of autobiography and fantasy in her book, Armaveni, which chronicles her quest to break her family's silence regarding the Armenian genocide. As she uncovers her ancestral history and journey back to her people's homeland, she transforms painful secrets into a powerful call for justice. This bold graphic novel is a must-read for its breathtaking visual storytelling and its poignant message about the courage required to reclaim one's heritage and speak out against oppression. We hope that these stories inspire reflection, spark conversation, and provide a deeper understanding of the Armenian experience across generations. Whether through the lessons of a clever sparrow or the resilience of those seeking freedom, these books remind us all of the power of heritage and the importance of finding one's own voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Markison. All right. Can I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 31?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Just to echo Dr. Macias's comments, this feels more important than ever. Yeah, you absolutely are welcome to. After we read the resolution, absolutely. Okay, well then, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes unanimously. Can I have a reader for the resolution?
Would you like, oh, sure. Well. Yes, but I'm more prone to tears. Whereas the Armenian genocide of 1915 to 1923 is widely recognized by historians and genocide scholars as the first genocide of the 20th century, and since 1919, April 24th has been designated as the Day of Remembrance and commemoration of the inhumane atrocities committed by the Ottoman Turks in carrying out the systematic annihilation of more than 1.5 million Armenian women, children, and men during World War I. And whereas many countries, including Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Italy, Lebanon, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Paraguay, Poland, Russia, Slovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, the United States of America, Uruguay, Vatican City, Venezuela, and the entirety of the 50 United States of America, including California, recognize the atrocities perpetrated by the Ottoman Empire during the years of 1915 to 1923 as genocide. And whereas the state of California has been at the forefront of encouraging and promoting curriculum related to human rights and genocide in order to empower future generations to prevent reoccurrence of genocide. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District has a significant Armenian student population, many of whom have family members who have experienced firsthand the horror and of the evil Armenian genocide, as well as the avoidance of recognition or outright denial by many countries of the Armenian genocide. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District continues to provide teacher training workshops and educational resources about all historic genocides, including the Armenian genocide, to all its high school social studies teachers and students. Now therefore be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education hereby designates April 24th, 2026 as the Burbank Unified School District's Day of Commemoration of the Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923. And in doing so will ensure that the Armenian Genocide is properly taught to its faculty, student body, and the community at large. Passed, approved, and adopted on this 9th day of April, 2026. I'm going to be done there.
Thank you so much. Dr. Agakanian.
Thank you, and thank you, Board Member Olson and President Comcar. So I want to make one announcement. So and before I make the announcement, I also want everyone here to be aware of and be vigilant of what's happening right now in the Middle East. It's scary when my family member called from, or not called, I have no communication, communicates to my family that, are we going to get nuked? And some of us have families of and children. And some of us who've been to war, some of us who have family members who've been to. I want everyone to just be a little understanding and vigilant. We're at distance now, but there are a lot of us here that our families are affected. We're going to learn a lesson from the Armenian genocide. It's a lesson of injustice. And what is happening right now in the world and in the region is terrible. No matter which side you're taking, you're thinking about, you have to remember, we're talking about civilians, talking about families. It is scary when people are afraid, not knowing if tomorrow they're going to be wiped out in the face of this. I know the district has done a great job, but I also want to make sure that people understand how many of our families have been affected, are being currently affected. And I want everyone just to be a little more understanding. Let's talk more about peace, how we can educate our current and future generations, but making sure that we're not repeating the same mistakes, because it's getting really tiring to see this happening over and over. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Lucius, and everyone. I know you've been a vocal voice out there. Appreciate everything all of you are doing. Now, I just want to make a quick announcement. Saturday, April 18th, at 10 a.m., there will be a genocide memorial put together by the Burbank Agency in front of the City Hall in Burbank. So if you're not doing anything that morning, please join us with some of our friends and elected officials. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and everyone, and everyone, faculty and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agakanian. All right. Let's move forward with 12B, adoption of resolution 32, proclaiming May 6th as Day of the Teacher and May 4th through the May 8th as Burbank Unified School District's Teacher Appreciation Week. So moved. Thank you. Any discussion? All right. Moved by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Can I have someone to read this resolution? Dr. Weisberg?
Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of the nation, and whereas an educated citizenry serves as the foundation of our democracy, and whereas education is in large measure the result of the talent and commitment of teachers, and whereas today's teachers mold the minds and train the workforce of the future, and whereas good teaching grows in value and pays dividends far beyond the classroom, and whereas teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration, and whereas Burbank's teachers are among the best educated, highly qualified, and hardest working educators in the country, and whereas teachers in the Burbank Unified School District exemplify these qualities, and whereas the Board of Education and leadership of Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of teachers in realizing the mission for public education, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's teaching staff, and hereby proclaim May 8th as Day of the Teacher and May 4th through 8th as Burbank Unified School District Teacher Appreciation Week.
May 6th was Day of the Teacher.
But didn't I say that?
No, but that's okay.
Well, I've changed it.
No, you haven't, because we approved a resolution that says May 6th. But I'll also say we have a couple of other resolutions recognizing folks.
Yes.
There's going to be a staff appreciation week that week. I know that my local PTA is putting together events that whole week at my children's school. And so if you are interested in recognizing the staff at your school, I would encourage folks to get involved because it's always a delight. And I think our staff really appreciates it. So 12C, adoption of resolution 33, proclaiming May 1st as School Lunch Hero Day. Can I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Oh, I'm going to give that one to Ms. Olson.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
You got there.
All right. No discussion. Okay. All those, motion was made by Dr. Weisberg, seconded by Ms. Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Olson, you want to read this one?
Or Ms. Kano?
Or Ms. Kano? Who wants to read it?
I'm happy to do it.
Ms. Kano's on spring break still. She's got spring break energy.
And that sweet, sweet spring break energy.
Okay. Whereas the efforts of the food service classified staff members of the Burbank Unified School District are essential to the successful operation of the district's program. And whereas nutritious school meals are an essential part of the school day. And whereas food and nutrition professionals are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children so they're ready to learn. And whereas the women and men who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support. And whereas food and nutrition professionals demonstrate on a consistent basis their concern through patience and kindness toward our students, and whereas their efforts and commitment to children and their contributions are extremely important to the overall operation of our schools, and now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the food and nutrition professional employees of the Burbank Unified School District and encourage the community to recognize and honor their contribution to a quality education and celebrate their accomplishments, and hereby proclaim May 1st as School Lunch Hero Day.
Madam,
Yes, Dr. Agakanian.
thank you. I also want to, again, the heroes. I think something that sometimes we don't talk about is the fact that we have a lot of students out there and families who are hungry. Just to give you a stat, in a community college system, Lewiston survey showed that somewhere between 40 to 60% of college students get one meal a day. And as someone who used to, when I was in school here, we had trouble with, sorry, it's a little difficult for me, but food and these lunch heroes were our heroes. They were our friends and they were so friendly to us. I want everyone to remember that food insecurity is still a big problem. And for a lot of these kids, this is the meal they get during the day, breakfast, lunch. And, sometimes, we hear about, the cuts are coming and people have to remember, these are the heroes fighting for our students. They're the most wonderful people, and some of us personal experience. They were my friends. They were the people I used to look forward every day to see because, you know, they were also very kind and understanding. Thank you to all of our lunch heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that this was reminding me of was we had a number of students that came a couple months ago to talk to us about food options. And so would love to make sure that we check in about when we're going to have a report back on that, because I know they've been working with our Director of Food Services, and I know that our school lunch heroes love to see our kids.
The quality's gotten so much better.
Right? We can talk about dragon fruit again, just for you, Dr. Argacanian.
I do need to comment though. My daughter comes home and she just talks about these fruits and vegetables that she gets. And I'm just like, they're serving that at our school. It's incredible. Really amazing.
Is amazing. 12D, adoption of resolution 34, proclaiming May 6th as School Nurse Day. Can I get a motion in a second? Any discussion on School Nurse Day? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Dr. Argacani, you want to do this? Or do you need? While he's getting it up, I will say, we celebrate our school nurse very frequently in my house. So thank you.
Resolution 34 proclaiming May 6, 2026 as School Nurse Day, whereas National Nurses Week is May 11 to 17 this year and draws attention to and celebrates the contributions that nurses and nursing make to the community, with the full week of recognition culminating on Florence Nightingale's birthday, May 12th. And whereas there are approximately 60,000 registered nurses in the United States public school system who care for more than 52 million students, and whereas nursing is a specialized practice of professional nursing that advances the well-being, academic success, and lifelong achievement of students, facilitates positive student responses to normal development, promotes health and safety, intervenes with actual and potential health problems, provide case management services, and build students and family capacity for adaptation, self-management, self-advocacy, and learning through collaboration with professionals in their discipline. And whereas school nurses assist students in achieving optimal wellness to enhance readiness to learn, improve school attendance rates, ensure that students entering schools are free of communicable disease, and provide interventions that promote the well-being of students. Whereas given generosity of their time and talent for a multitude of projects, school nurses assist in the maintenance of healthy and safe school environments in the district. And whereas the Board of Education of Burbank Unified School District expresses strong support and deep gratitude to past and present school nurses for their commitment and dedication to the students and staff of the Burbank Unified School District. Now, therefore, be it resolved that May 6, 2026 be recognized as School Nurse Day in Burbank Unified School District.
Thank you so much, Dr. Argacani. All right. 12E, adoption of resolution 35, proclaiming week of May 4th through May 8th, 2026 as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. Can I have a motion in a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this? Moved by Dr. Argacani, seconded by Member Olson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I'm going to read this one. All right. Resolution 35, proclaiming May 4th through 8th, 2026 as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas education is the most vital activity we as a society undertake to ensure the well-being of a nation, and whereas substitute teachers are an essential part of the education of our children, and whereas substitute teachers provide continuity in the learning process as well as a safe and healthy learning environment for students, and whereas substitute teachers work tirelessly to serve our children and community with care and professionalism, and whereas substitute teachers are a source of caring, concern, counseling, empathy, warmth, and inspiration, and Whereas the role of substitute teachers may be different from that of the regular teacher in some aspects, but is equally demanding, equally essential, and equally professional. And whereas the Board of Education and leadership of the Burbank Unified School District recognize the truly vital role of substitute teachers in realizing the mission for public education, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education extends its sincere appreciation to the substitute teachers of the Burbank Unified School District and encourages the community to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of the district's substitute teaching staff and hereby proclaim May 4th through 8th as Substitute Teacher Appreciation Week. All right. 12F, approval of agreement with Ecolab Inc. for EcoSure SureSite Food Safety Assessment Services.
Yes. This agreement strengthens the district's ability to meet state and federal food safety requirements by providing internal assessments, internal monitoring, and documentation across all nutrition sites, directly protecting student health. This is like an internal auditor for the food program, but and they provide support and direction to ensure the program is working. EcoSure provides 4 annual visits, including unannounced inspections, along with on-site coaching and real-time corrective guidance, ensuring issues are identified early and addressed immediately. They also have a software they call the True View system, where we can receive real-time reporting dashboards and corrective action tracking. Cost is $22,644, which is actually less. We had this before, but due to our great director, I mean, she was able to negotiate this down from 52,000 to 22,000, just to give you an idea. And it's funded out of the nutrition fund, which doesn't touch our general fund.
Let's do a motion in a second and then discussion. Is that okay? All right. Can I get a motion in a second, please?
So moved.
Second. All right. Discussion, Dr. Weisberg.
Thank you. Excuse me. So there is a automatic renewal clause up to 7% per year after the first year. Is there a cap on that?
I would have to check, but 7%, I will argue, I think that's a little on the high side, but could we negotiate it before we get to the auto renewal? I think that's reasonable to ask.
Thank you.
Is this the same company that we were using before? We just were able to negotiate the pricing?
Correct. I think we had more of a blanket contract where they could show up whenever, and it just wasn't as monitored as well.
Okay. Great. Other questions?
You addressed mine, so.
All right. It's been moved by Ms. Olson, seconded by Dr. Weisberg. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12G, approval of professional services contract, Flewelling Moody Pool Storage Building and Shade Structure, Burbank High School, Measure ABC Bond Fund. Can I have a motion and a second? All right.
Yes, and I want to introduce this this will also be part of our bond. We'll have this included in the bond presentation for our next board meeting. So for this one, the project supporting the FMP, the Facility Master Plan priorities, it's in line with the ADA piece. Services include finalizing DSA approval, supporting bidding, providing construction, administration, and closeout. And the cost is $34,800, and it's essentially for a storage unit.
Okay. Discussion. Ms. Wilson.
I just wanted to clarify that this is the 34,000 is for beyond the architecture work. Is that just the architecture work?
Yes, because again, that DSA approval, they're supporting the bidding and they're providing the construction administration and closeout. So they're overseeing all those different components.
Got it. Okay. I was just noticing like the things like the 15% increase for the standard on additional like materials, et cetera. Like, was all that accounted for as part of that 34,000?
I would have to double check. Let me look.
I assumed so, but it just kind of took me by surprise that those things were added at the bottom, but I was like,
Yep.
in the meantime, that was the only question I had, was just making sure that was encompassing it all.
Sure. Saying reimbursable expenses shall be invoiced separately at a cost plus 15%. Additional services shall be approved. So, I mean, are those added in the total cost? I would have to confirm. So I'll confirm.
Ms. Kano, you had a question? Mike, please.
Okay, I'm confused. Well, reading it, I thought that they were adding on, this is just a storage room. What is going to be stored in there?
What's the what?
What is going to be stored in this storage room?
If it's, I believe it's the sports equipment and different items.
Okay, so it's not the changing room then at all. That's,
Like the lane things and.
okay.
The rest of the pool was not bond funded. Is that right?
Correct. That was Fund 40 out of, yeah.
Okay. Other questions, discussion? Sorry, I am still trying to fix something out here. I had one other one.
I want to clarify about the reimbursables. It does say including reimbursables. So that is included.
That's included in the estimate?
That is included.
Okay, great. Do we have any concerns? So is this a change in design from the 2023 version? Is that what they're doing here, or? I wonder if we are worried about DSA approving something that is now like 3 years old.
I mean, that hasn't been a part of this discussion.
Okay.
I mean, as I'm aware now, not something that has been brought up.
Okay.
as an issue. But I
Cool.
can confirm.
Worth a chat.
Yeah, I mean, again, with professional services and what they're doing, I mean, I will double check, but
Yeah,
don't-
and that should be part of essentially their role here is like
Yep,
bringing it up
correct.
to whatever DSA standard
Correct.
are. Okay, got it. And when would this actually happen?
If this is part of that, I'm just looking at the pool storage building. When we involve DSA, again, this is the initial stage. It could go on for a while. And if DSA is involved and we're getting approvals, we're talking like 6 months just for the approval if we are just for.
For the pre-approval to do it?
Yes.
Got it.
Correct. Correct.
Cool.
And then you're talking 6 months to a year at that point.
Got it.
Correct.
And there presumably is storage for these things
Correct.
right now.
Correct.
Okay, got it. That's it. Other questions on this? All right, moved by Dr. Agakanian, seconded by Member Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12H, amendment of purchase from the Garland Company Roofing Materials Summer 2026 Roofing Project, Bret Hart Elementary School.
Yeah, so this one, we just upgraded the materials to that 40-year no dollar limit. So it's just better quality materials. This will bring it up to speed with the other roofing projects as well. Again, it just wasn't included in the contract. And this also correlates with, it's the same issue with the next board item as well.
Okay, can I have a motion a second?
Second.
So it was only these two from the batch that we approved back in March.
Right.
Tell me where the wires got crossed here, that we didn't catch it, or that we thought, like, did we think like, cool, we're getting really cheap roofs? Like, how
I
did this
mean,
happen?
out of the 17, we have 17 sites. We've had
Right.
some projects that were completed with, this next round is what, I think 5 sites.
Mhm.
We did 10 last summer. 2 of them in all this did not have that 40-year material. So we upgraded it and corrected it. But yeah, why it got missed, I know the contract, it could have been an oversight.
Yeah. Okay. And we've checked the other ones that were approved last time and they are all approved for the
Correct.
right warranties.
Correct. And correct.
Okay. And in terms of the money that we set aside from bond funds for roofs, is the updated amount kind of what we were actually expecting?
We're still within budget. I mean, and again, we'll get more into this deeply next
Mhm.
Thursday. But this is essentially one of the top spending projects and one of our highest priorities. The question would be just, are we within the budget?
Right.
And Yes, we are. We are within the budget. If we're considering this priority, but that's something we are going to bring to next Thursday where you'll see the entirety of all the projects and then looking at what we have left in the current series of an $80 million series. And then that's where the board will have to provide some direction as to what do we want to put on the plate next.
Yep.
One thing I want to get across that again, as I'm diving deeper into this and learning, a lot of the design, that gives us those costs and those prices. So there's a lot of things we've brought that are design things, but we can't find true cost until design's done, and that costs money.
Right.
And so I know that's a challenge I've seen with many boards. This is a little bit different. This is a very straightforward, over 80% of hard costs are going into this project. Great use of bond funds. A simple oversight like this, just for materials is, we're okay.
Yep. I have one other kind of comment on this,
please.
and then I'll let you go, Dr. Iceberg, which is, I'm just trying to think back to like last fall, right? We were able to say, oh, we originally thought we were going to spend X amount of dollars on bond, but actually we saved so much money. And so I'm just trying to think of like, what's the actual watermark here for these bond projects? And I think it's this number, right? Because this was an oversight and not an actual cost overrun, right?
Again, I'm speaking, we had about 26 million in expenditures last year on roofing projects. We're looking at around 40. I would always say between 40 and 50 because things happen if we're talking about roofing projects. The other thing though, we have had a number of, I'll have a summary slide on this on change orders. We've had mostly deductive change orders of almost a savings of over 3 million on that. But that can go both ways as we get into projects. So, it's going to be a story every time, and that's why the board needs that regular update. And so as I'm building a bit of a plane, I will be able to bring a format to you that will be consistent. And you'll be like, okay, there's a story and we know it, but it will ebb and flow as these projects come and go.
Absolutely. Dr. Weisman.
Just a quick question. So the quote was from like towards the tail end of January, and it said it's good for 30 days. So is that still going to be?
Yeah, they'll honor the quote.
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion? This is 12H. All right. Moved by Dr. Argani and seconded by Ms. Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 12I. Can I have a motion in a second? Any discussion on this item? As we heard, it's similar to the last. All right. Moved by Dr. Arcani and seconded by Ms. Cano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. 12. Wait, can I just do 12I? It's just on here twice. Okay. 12J. First reading of revised board policy and administrative regulation 6146.1, high school graduation requirements. Dr. Kadavik.
So using the California School Boards Association template, we compared our current board policy against it. We made revisions that were taken forward in bold language, printed in dark ink. And then where it was needed to be deletions, we crossed out deletions. So Dr. Anders, Ms. Markison, Dr. Macias has been working with our counselors and with our principals to make certain that our policy is current, up to date, and viable.
Got it.
This is first reading.
This is first reading. So are there questions on this from my colleagues? Dr. Rice, better kick it off.
Thank you so much. Hello. I just have a question regarding any concerns that you have about the 5-period option. Like, are we going to run into students not being able to manage to get all these courses in? Do we have a sense of how many juniors currently qualify to get done everything they need to get done? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, currently we do not, with our data that we know and master scheduling, fitting in all their graduation requirements, especially with this change in 12th grade year. will not be an issue. It's not a concern. It will impact our master schedule and our sections offered that we know. But there is criteria for those students that have to be met in order to qualify for that. And that's what's listed in the bold. And that's with heavy discussion and collaboration. Originally, we did have some language, and why we brought it back, we pulled from an original agenda. And that was brought up by one of our counselors at Burbank High, Caroline Jasorski. So appreciate that effort. But that was important for us to kind of calibrate and know what's happening and unintended consequences. But this language as presented is something that we're very much supportive of. And again, with a lot of input from our site principals, our assistant principals of instruction, our counselors, well thought out, put together.
And so just so I'm clear, because I know zero period has been a hot topic of conversation. But zero period does not count towards those 5 periods. So if you're taking a zero period, you still need to take 5 periods during the normal academic day in your senior year. Is that right?
Yeah, we one of the biggest issues that we have with that is being able to accrue our money for daily attendance. So periods 1 through 4 are mandatory. That is something that we have to. So that's why zero period is not an option with this one. So they do have to your point, say 5 periods. Yeah.
5 periods during the regular instructional day. Got it. So if they're taking a zero period, they're taking 6 classes.
That is correct.
Got it. You said you had many questions, Dr. Weisberg.
I had one more. I don't know, that's many. I can come up with some. And this, I assume, has been shared with our counselors and excellent. Okay. I just want to make sure that all of the brain trust has also looked through this.
I want to quickly defer in case we missed anything. Ms. Marcus and Dr. Andrews, they've done a lot of the heavy lifting and working with our counseling teams. So if they want to add anything.
One thing that we found in talking to the counselors that we think will be a benefit for this too is that oftentimes our elective classes have been full of seniors, especially in the fall semester. And it's taken up spaces for our underclassmen who want to take those electives. So not requiring them to have all those classes first semester will allow our other kiddos some spaces available in electives. We're really hoping that that's the case, and I think it will be.
And can you clarify just a little bit, if not for us, for others, what's the impetus for making this change?
Well, that's part of it. So Culinary Arts 1 is an attractive class for a senior who just needs a 6th class, but doesn't need a graduation credit. But that class we would really like for sophomores or juniors to take so they can complete Culinary Arts 2, and complete a CTE pathway.
Sure.
So that's one of the issues we've been having is getting CTE completers is getting them started early enough in some of these introductory courses that are getting clogged with seniors who are just trying to fill a spot in their schedule. The other thing is we allow them to drop to 5 periods in the spring. And so they're building a schedule based on a fall schedule of seniors having to take a 6th class, even if they don't need it for graduation.
Got it.
And then a lot of those seniors drop at semester. So it's like, okay, well, we're building a schedule that isn't really reflective of what things are going to look like in the spring.
For sure.
So let's do it. Let's just make it consistent in both semesters so that we're building the best schedule for the kids who are going to be there all year. And then the third is we're losing students actually. So there's students that are disenrolling from the district, especially seniors that want to work. And so we're trying to provide an opportunity for them to stay enrolled with us and have some flexibility with their schedule to do other things in the after lunch without having to drop to like an online school or something else. So we actually see that this will help us retain some of our senior students.
What do you anticipate the pushback will be from students or from families, if any?
I don't know that there will be, other than because it's optional.
Right.
It's not like there's a requirement. They could just take advantage of this if they choose. So
Yeah,
if
it seems like a
they're meeting
win-win.
all their graduation requirements and they still want to take a 6th class, there's nothing stopping them.
Right.
So probably what I would anticipate is just the fact that we had to set some sort of criteria to be able to do it. And so we're going to hear from the families who just missed out on the opportunity. That's probably where we'll hear some.
Yeah. Thank you for the hard work on this.
I mean, I think we will probably hear about the piece of taking the academic courses during the 5 main periods. Because that interfaces with our summer school predicament we were hearing about so much earlier, right? That's part of it. But I think, yeah, it'd be the 5-period piece is optional.
The other piece why the 0 period doesn't work is state law requires it has to be after 8:30 for instructional minutes to count.
Right.
And so for us to meet the minimum requirements of instructional minutes for an individual student on an individual day, they have to have those 5 periods after 8:30.
Right.
Do we have any anticipation of like how many students we think are going to go with this schedule?
It's hard to say because it's a choice, but if every student that would qualify were to take advantage of the option, it'd probably be about 40%, 50%.
Okay.
May I?
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, the same thing alongside the summer school. We also heard from a lot of kids around like those classes for show choir and for band and things like that. And I wanted to see how that kind of aligned or supported, maybe unburdened that a little bit for them, or if it doesn't impact it at all.
I think what you're bringing up is really the summer school, right?
Well, I think help me, because I want to make sure I'm understanding this, is that they were sharing that they could not, they needed to take those classes. And so it was moving and shifting their academic classes. Does this give them more wiggle room so that they can take their academic classes? It doesn't alleviate that at all.
I don't think so.
It doesn't, because the inherent problem for the high-performing choir kids is they have to take 2 choir classes that start off in 0 period and 1st period. So that alone is a barrier. And then the rest of the academic classes is very dependent on our personnel and the number of sections we offer for everything else. So it becomes a very big structural piece that's problematic. That's always the challenge.
Yeah, I'd be curious to I'd like to keep hearing about how this is evolving. And I just, as a comment on this, sometimes you can use software to kind of predict and map like the problems ahead of time when they're choosing their classes. I know that the state program allows you to do some of that, but I'm not sure if it allows you to do year over year tracking so that you can kind of see what students are selecting in prior years. Does the state program allow you to do that at all?
Not really. And part of the problem with that is we try to do some prediction about this, but really what's going to happen is that the classes that the seniors will drop will get filled in with juniors that wanted to take those classes or underclassmen. And then they're going to come out of a different class. So it's like this domino.
Right. From this.
of,
Yeah.
Like the seats are being replaced by underclassmen, then their seats are, but so to that point, it may give us a little more flexibility within our schedule of not having such a significant number of students needing 6 periods throughout the day that we can be a little more strategic with our master schedule in the fall that gets sort of changed at the semester that will no longer be the case.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
The last piece that I just wanted to flag, I think, for folks is we approved the changes for this for ethnic studies and personal finance last year. Is that right? And we implemented ethnic studies this year, even though we were not required to by the state. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And we have anticipation. What's waiting for us is financial literacy, which will change requirements yet again.
Well, the requirement for, is that not the personal finance one? It's in here. But would that start with next? I'm trying to think when the 2030 graduating class would be. That's not for another couple of years. No, I mean, I guess not, right? It's only, it's soonish.
27, 28.
Yes.
So 2 years.
We're considering piloting financial literacy course, personal finance course next year.
Next year.
To be in place for the following.
Okay.
But it's a little gray area because depending on when we offer it and make it a graduation requirement, if it's not a course that a senior would take, then maybe we're closer to that 2030 date as it being a requirement for all students. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so.
And I think too, that kids can take the financial literacy course in lieu of economics.
Correct.
But they can't take economics and satisfy the financial literacy requirement.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're anticipating our economics course request is going to drop off
interesting.
very significantly.
But still.
Okay. And that is the 2030 requirement a state requirement, or is that our, okay, so 2030 is a state requirement. We don't need to start necessarily offering it for when those students graduating that year are freshmen, but we could. Got it. Oh, anything else on graduation requirements? All right, that was a first reading. We'll get it next time. We are pulled 12K. 12L, approval of revised job description, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. Can I have a motion and a second first on this one?
So moved.
All right. Dr. Macias?
Yes, as presented here, we're in a very, very competitive market when it comes to specific jobs, human resources, special education, chief business officers. Since we're talking about human resources, we need to be able to broaden the scope of applicants and see what we can seek. What we have here is in the attachment, the qualifications, the change from minimum of 2 years experience in HR has been offered and suggested to prior experience in human resources preferred, and also completion of AXA Personnel Academy preferred. Everything else stays in line, and this is what we would like to present for your approval as we enter into this position that is desperately needed in this department.
Okay, discussion. Dr. Weisberg.
I have a couple of questions. The first one is, have we shared this job description with our union partners and gotten feedback on the change?
This was as soon as we got the suggested changes, I did talk to our labor partners and shared.
And was there feedback? What was,
I did not get any feedback.
oh, okay. So nothing positive, nothing negative, just nothing?
Nothing was directed to me.
Okay. Interesting. I guess my question is, if you, one of them is, if you go up to the the professional profile that raises a lot of really specific characteristics, including a record of proven leadership in the field of human resources. And I did want to pause and clarify that Dr. McCoy has seen this and approved it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. It would make me feel oodles better if we could get some response from our union partners, just to make sure that that's been something that they're comfortable with this. But we talk a lot about the proven leadership in the professional profile, and then obviously it does feel a little unbalanced then. It becomes prior experience preferred as opposed to prior experience required. And I do want to defer, again, I want to defer to everybody who created this, to Dr. McCoy, also ideally to our union partners, because I know that there are, especially the bargaining element of it is so vital, which is why I keep sort of hemming and hawing about this without really knowing where our leadership stands on it. But I wonder if you could speak to a little bit of the emphasis on proven leadership in one aspect of it, and then the reduction of proven leadership in specific HR in another.
Yeah, that's a very challenging question to pose right now. Here's what I'll say. This job description was used in 2023 when we last flew the position. And the only thing that was changed was the qualifications.
So we added these qualifications in 2023.
They most likely, because I only referred to the 2023 ones, I didn't go back to previous ones, that I can speak to only the 2023 ones.
Had the minimum of 2 years in it?
Correct.
It did.
There was a different option before that was utilized when it was flown either as a classified position versus certificated. It had a 3-year requirement before.
Okay. I understand. So my concern is, so I know that we are under a time crunch, like we are behind on flying these positions. Is it possible for us to bring this back next week and give us time to talk to CSEA and BTA and BASA and get some clarity from them about whether or not this is a change they're comfortable with?
Not a problem.
I don't know
can-
I don't know what the rest of the board feels.
I
but
want to be clear on a couple things.
Please.
Go ahead, Dr. Arco.
No, go ahead.
This person, whoever is selected through our very rigorous process, will not start until July 1st.
Right.
So if we delayed it a week, it's not ideal because right now we don't have a person in a leadership role in that department since Sharon Caseo left. So we're picking up the slack on that.
I know.
But the reality is it's in effect July 1st. So delaying it a week would just means we would extend the window because we want to post it for about a month and then have interviews the next week. It would line up towards probably the second May board meeting where we would present hopefully a candidate for approval.
I want to hear from my other board members, but that would make me feel more comfortable.
Oh,
Dr. Arcanian?
100% agree with you, Dr. Weisberg, if we can push it back another week, but this is not happening till July, so who's gonna be leading this till July? Why are you saying for another week and
I myself am assuming the leadership role of human resources along with Dr. Knappich and Dr. Hasty. We're all pitching in as much as we can. We have, for the record, for us here as board and the district team, we have reached out to several retired individuals. We have not been successful. I do know that Dr. McCoy has shared that next week we're going to hopefully meet with someone that might be interested in to fill that role. But in the meantime, that is a gap that we have and we're trying to fill ourselves.
Dr. Arcanian and then Ms. Kano?
so just out of curiosity, so Sharon Caseo, is she?
She's so she's retired and so she has a limit on the hours that she can
Okay,
actually do. Yes.
Okay, so, and then my other question was, I know you brought this up, Dr. Macias, earlier, but so going from 2 years to prior experience, is this because, I think I don't know if you mentioned it, but you want to get more people to apply and is that why this was?
The motivation behind that was to broaden the applicant pool. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Kano?
So I understand that just in terms of you heard how what people, the questions that right now directly coming, especially from people in HR. So how do you envision then in terms of looking at the professional profile in order, how will you, I don't know, interview or what, so that although we can have more people, I understand that by taking that verbiage out, we have hopefully a broader pool to choose from. But just to maybe make people understand that it's not just going to be how it's going to be.
So it will not change, nor will we deviate from the application process. Those who actually make the interview panels and the interview process, we go through the same process. For a high management position like that, we have 2 interview panels, a community panel, interpersonal panel. They probably will have a very challenging writing prompt. They'll have that first round. They get scored. On panels will be representatives from our CSEA partners, BTA, BASA. We ask Council PTA to participate. So we will not change that rigorous process. The hopes and anticipation is always to select the highest quality candidate. I will add this bit. This is the first opportunity I'm going to have to pick a member of his team, and I want to be respectful of that. And that's another consideration that we have to have that discussion as well.
Just in addition to that, though, maybe could we, in some ways, either, I know some of the questions or some of maybe the attributes or something, the profile that the people right now in HR are requesting or would like to see. Can we just hear their voice in that?
I'm not understanding what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't totally understand what you're asking.
Oh, I'm saying, well, no. Well, I'm referring to basically saying that just so that HR feels like also that what they'd like to see in a candidate, what they'd like to see in a, the way, you do the.
What I would like to do is what we do when we have a school principal position open and get feedback from the community, which means, so in this case, we would seek the partnership with the department members to see what they're seeking. And that would help us frame our questions as well.
Say, got it. I think that's helpful. Dr. Arcani? Mike, please. Microphone, please.
Is it possible to push it one more week since, again, July? Get the, at least for me, it's important also get the feedback from my union.
Ms. Olson?
Thank you. I also just wanted to ask a sort of clarifying question and also how we look at pay scale alongside qualifications. Is there a sort of sliding scale based on experience?
100%.
Okay.
And that's a conversation that's had in the moment when there are, in this case, a contract negotiation that is presented to you as a board that you get final approval on anyways.
I also, just in general, it just feels not cohesive, this job description. There are things that are kind of contradictory in nature. And I would also like a week delay, but also just maybe a refresh of this. Because I do think it outlines some of the very important key things. But in the way that it's kind of portrayed around preferred this and, it's, it could use some cleanup, I think, because if I was to try to construct a sort of rubric based on this, I'd be very confused. And so just to me, looking at that, like that was the way that I thought about it, with the obvious concern of the removal of those type of qualifications. I would like to get more feedback. I'm in alignment with a pause of the week because I would also like a little bit more time to do some research on additional job descriptions and for us to just ask more questions in the space on this, because I understand it's a really competitive space. It's a really competitive role, but
May I get some direct guidance on this? Are we asking for a complete overhaul of the job description? Because it might require more than a week. The agenda has to be released
Yeah.
in order for this to happen. So that I want to throw that out
I
there.
understand what you're saying. I'd like to ask my fellow board members, does anyone else feel like this needs a refresh?
So, well, here's what we can do, right?
Say.
We can re-agendize this version for next week and make amendments to it from the dais, if that is what we so choose, right? That is allowable, right? Like, because we don't have an effective date on here, so I was gonna amend it to add an effective date. So we could amend it to change that. Right now, we could amend it to revert back to the original qualification if that's what we wanted to do, or we could amend it to change things around more significantly. I'm hearing the feedback about pushing it a week. I do want to just say, like, Dr. Macias brought this to us this week because of a request from Dr. McCoy.
Yeah.
Because we were going to post this job on the 1st. And when Dr. McCoy took a look at the job description, he said, I'm worried we're not going to get enough job applicants with these requirements. Would you be willing to take it to the board on the 9th and have, that is a preferred requirement rather than a strict requirement? So I don't want Dr. Macias to feel like he's on the hook for this.
No.
But so that is why it's coming forward, right? It was going to be posted with these original requirements, and I think we wanted to make sure that we were getting a broad group of people. That said, last week I was talking to Dr. McCoy probably every other day. I imagine that next week, or I know that next week he's going to be here quite a bit. And so I think that we could make a lot of progress before the next board meeting on this, if that's what we want to do. he's just, on a cruise right now, lucky guy. So he's been hard to get a hold of. And I didn't want to get a hold of him while he was on. So if we want to table this to next week, but I think re-agendize the exact same thing, knowing that we may just need to make some changes from the dais, add an effective date for the 17th, I guess would be next Friday.
Yeah, and I would just say,
That clarification.
if we can just get, if you could come back next week with some feedback from the union, for our union partners, I think that would be, for me, really
I
helpful.
will insist on feedback.
You will insist, but nice, because you're always.
All right. So let's table that one then until next week.
Thank you. Thank you for all.
Thank you, yeah.
Or I guess, Ms. Olson, would you be willing to rescind your motion?
Yes. Do I have to say anything different than yes?
Yeah, that's all. That's all I think I need.
Seconded now. Reverse seconded.
Okay, great. So we're going to go to the consent agenda. The first question I'm going to ask is, are there any items that need to be pulled for discussion? Before just any for discussion, anything that anyone has for discussion on, we're going to just tell me the item number, my friend.
Hang on, I can start.
I have 13I that I would like to pull, so.
Yeah, well, I have 13I and 13M.
Okay.
Those are my two.
Any others?
I'd like to discuss 13K. And
We're gonna
Just
just
to
pull items to
pull to chat.
just approve the rest of the consent agenda by itself. We're gonna try something new. 13B. All right. Was that V? V is in Victor. Okay, so I have I, K, M, and V. Anything else? All right. So can I get a motion to approve 13A through 13H, 13J, 13L, 13N through 13U, and 13W through 13Z as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on those consent agenda items? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion, those consent agenda items pass unanimously. So let's go to 13I. You can?
You don't know, that's what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, but.
Yeah, that's okay. So 13I is the approval of the amended agreement for professional services provided by Linguabee. So Dr. Knappich, this one is yours and Ms. Nicholson's. Was it Linguabee?
No, I think you wanted 13M.
Did want 13M.
That's okay, because I said it already.
Okay. I think it's a little bit of the same question,
It
so
is.
never mind.
For me, it is.
I think I think what I would like to see, and this will go with 13M, is we are approving a lot of translation services, interpreting services, et cetera. And I'm having a hard time understanding how we budget for those at the beginning of the year and then do all these amendments later on, because for something like, especially like 13M, where I'm like, yeah, did our number of deaf students or staff change dramatically that would cause this kind of increase? Like, it would be helpful for us to receive a report at some point about how we're budgeting for these and tracking how we're spending this money. Does that make sense?
I know that Dr. Knappich has said in the past, because I brought this up a few times, that I know we begin it from a very conservative place, but if you're looking at 13M and we're going from $700,000 and add $500,000 on December 11th, and then another $875,000 on April 9th, I guess the question becomes, I understand being conservative, but like, what happened that all of these new, how did we not anticipate this much? And certainly my desire isn't to deny any of this. It's just to better understand and project how much we think we need, because this is a pretty big, pretty humongous jump.
And at what point should we really be trying to hire staff for these things? And I feel like I've just thrown like 10 questions at you. So can I let them answer? Can I just 5 questions that I just asked?
It goes right in with yours.
Okay, go ahead.
Just that with everything there, why are we adding to one company when we have so many companies that we're using?
There are a variety of staff that are available. And so there are different times when services are planned out, and then there are times when there are services that are needed from certain companies with less time to plan. It might be the night before. So if we have staff that's calling out, then we may have to reach out to one of the agencies in order to cover staff. But this is for special education purposes, providing sign language interpreters for our students, but it's also I want to say collaboration, that's the wrong word. There's also personnel who are receiving sign language interpreting services. And that is who HR is usually who reaches out to the agencies to schedule for our staff. So
And families too.
and families. So we have my department that is scheduling for special education department, scheduling for students, and then other departments that are scheduling for either staff or for families. The numbers can rise when there are certain events that are long events and it requires 2 interpreters. So when you have an event, if you have a play, or if you have even a really long IEP meeting, or if there's a parent-teacher, instead of having 1 interpreter for the person who is hearing impaired, then you might need 2. And so the budget has shown to rise, but there is one particular agency that has been used a bit more than others.
Want to talk about cell book cost share?
Yes, and so the other piece is for all of our students who are in the DHH, because it's a regionalized program, we share the cost with the other districts that have students placed. So Pasadena, La Cañada, Glendale. If the student is not a Burbank resident, but belongs to one of the other districts, the full cost for anything beyond what is provided in the classroom does get charged back to the district.
I think it could be helpful. So it looks like with 13M, we'll be at a little over, well, almost at 2.1 million. So I think it could be helpful for me to understand what the sort of cost breakdown is. So I know that often there needs to be 2 based on hours, but it's again, it's just hard to, I think, figure out in my brain how we're off this much of what the need would be, knowing that like we have staff members, we have employees, we have students, we have but all of that's kind of set when the year begins. I don't imagine there's an enormous influx of students or staff that would demonstrably change our numbers. So I think for me, it's just hard to wrap my brain around like how much this increases and how we can better anticipate.
And I want to jump on that and how we better anticipate it. I know he was just taking notes right now. Dr. Hasty has already been doing the work of, I'll just say it, better budget planning with intentionality. So he is, and I'll let him explain a little bit, but in a short time already, he has met with our site principals. He's going to go department by department. He's going to look at what we're currently spending and then have a better outlook in planning for the subsequent year. So if you can talk to that, Dr. Hastings.
So the challenge here, and I'm glad you're bringing it up. I mean, we have a significant increase percentage-wise of variance. I can't go back in time, but knowing that this is even a potential issue, we've already worked with special ed and Jennifer here, Ms. Nicholson, for our estimated actuals and budget adoption meetings. And we're going to continue to check up because a big next step is looking at many of these contracts for a couple things. Where are they going to land? Where do they land? Are we going to close appropriately? And that will be the dollar amount it costs at the end of the day, how many students were served, but then predicting like the next year. And quite frankly, I mean, I can't speak to how thorough or good that discussion was before to really strategize. And I think, at this time, in a future date, we'll come back and we'll be able to say, well, no, we predicted we were going to have this many students based on the prior year. And so I don't know enough at this point, because sometimes if the contracts aren't always negotiated, strategically or planned, again, in conjunction with budget, there's another piece of this where, if cost rises, if the cost went up, but it sounds like we, essentially, we would look at the previous year, we'd draft a budget, we'd look at the numbers, but then guess what? We had more events we didn't know about that happened. We had more students. One student had a triannual, which is a 3-hour, and it happened that this whole cycle of kids all had their triennials on the first year, and they happened to. So those things do happen. But that's a conversation where, looking at a potential 2.1 million contract, those conversations are happening now for next year.
Great. And I think that baseline knowledge will be really helpful for us if and when we do have to increase, having that understanding of this is what we budgeted for, this is the number of students, because thank you.
This is kind of a good news story in a way, because we have a higher degree of parent involvement. We have a higher degree of student involvement too. So people stepping forward saying, hey, we want to participate more, but we need help. And so therefore we have the backup too that we can provide the board too about how this breaks out too. So.
And one thing, this means we're increasing our PO, purchase order, then potentially at closing, we might not use it all, or we might not need the services, but right now, we're running out on that PO, so we had to increase it to cover.
And again, I just want to reiterate, this isn't me saying we're spending too much money on deaf and hard of hearing. This is me saying I want to be able to advocate for the money that we're spending and have a clear.
Yeah, I think it's just, and I think I want to talk a little bit more about when we get there. I think this one is helpful to understand that this is the substitutes, right? It sounds like maybe the other one is not substitutes.
It's everything.
It's everything.
It would be substitutes, it would be for students, it would be for personnel, it would be for the families, it would be for the students when they're doing their after-school events.
Okay.
So whether it's a cheerleading or football or whatnot, it's for when a staff member is participating in a staff meeting. It's for parents when they're participating in an IEP meeting.
Well, there's a different one for HR, right? Which I assume is the staff one, right? For alpha interpreters. Right.
HR has a Lingua B and HR has a alpha interpreter too.
Okay, got it. So then let's can I have a motion, a second on 13I?
So moved.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. So 13K is the approval of memorandum of understanding between Burbank Unified School District and adult school and K dermatology. Good question.
That was me.
So sorry.
One thing that just was a flag for me that I wanted to bring up was, inside the agreement was the one CTE coordinators kind of, they hold the pass-fail standard practice. And I've read several of these now of our MOUs with these services, and the fact that we have so many is truly incredible. That just came off to me as a little bit, I was wondering if that was standard from a dermatology standpoint. I don't know if that's something you can answer for me right now,
Not sure.
but it was just different than all of the other ones that somebody that's not a district employee has the ability to pass or fail that student.
We can check and ask, report back to the board.
That would be great.
Do you want to bring this one back next week?
Sure. Yeah.
Can we see this one next week then? All right, great.
Thank
So we
you.
will move 13K to the meeting on 4/16. All right, so 13M is approval of amended agreement for professional services provided by Alpha Interpreting Agency. Was able to answer my own question because the HR item has the rates in it. So this is at least 13,000 hours of work then. If I'm looking at 150 per hour, which is the highest rate on here. Which, how many, yeah, I'm just kind of baffled by this amount, frankly, especially if this is the regular, if this one is the supposed to be the day-to-day interpreting for students and staff, or just students, sorry, students that we know we have day-to-day, then why does it change?
I won't speak to the change, but remember it has all the different components to it. So it's, go ahead.
So these are all agency staff. I think that was like one piece that was coming up. So this is all an agency staff.
Mhm.
Like going to be the interpreters. It's for each of the departments, well, whether it's student services, HR, special education, providing all of those services during the school day as well as after school hours for whether it's, again, each of the students, staff, families.
Yeah, it just is wild to me that it could go from 700,000 to almost 2.1.
So that was an interesting suggestion. I mean, have we ever looked into cost savings if we make them an employee versus this?
Yeah, it's come up in multiple board meetings. It's something that they presented on, and hopefully we'll be presenting on again, because I think no one disagrees with it being better for myriad reasons to have them be an employee. I think there's some major roadblocks in regards to what we pay, and how difficult it is to find people
Yeah.
to do
I
this
think there
work.
was an issue with recruiting in the past.
That is also true. So yes, Dr. Arcani, I think in answer to your question, like we've talked, you gave a really in-depth report with sort of statistics about the positions that have been flown, and the conversation has been pretty, I think, ongoing about how much we need to try to reduce agency staff. And by addressing the roadblocks that we've had for X number of years.
So I'm just, I've always been curious about this lack of, recruiting individuals in the field versus the money spent versus, has there ever been discussion about with people in higher ups, state level and stuff, in terms of funding for programs that would make individuals qualify more in this field so recruitment will be easier? Because again, what is the number one reason recruitment is so difficult? Is it because there is a shortage of individuals who can do this? Is it because, yes? So I'm just, if we're thinking that wide, right? Maybe this is something we can bring up, which would save not only us, but a lot of districts a lot of money, right? I'm sure other districts are going through the same thing.
What we can do, if you wish, is we can bring this back next week with a breakdown.
That would be great. And I think just to understand what I know you're early in budget discussions, but like, is the plan for next year to budget for 2.1 million or 700,000 or somewhere in between?
One thing I want to say is part of our budget discussion was reviewing the purchase orders,
Mhm.
and then this is again.
And then everyone went like,
It's these positions, the people in these positions, there are certain tests and certifications that they have to go through in order to be a sign language interpreter in our district. There are different levels of certifications and tests that it's different acronyms that I'm not even sure of, like right off the top of my head, but and it's hard to come by these people. In addition, with certain devices that are being provided to those who are found to be deaf or hard of hearing at very young ages, this is a very low incidence disability, right? It's low incidence, meaning there's like 1%-ish of the overall population that's identified with being deaf or hard of hearing. And so there are only so many programs that are providing sign language interpreter education and out-turning people with the level of expertise that is required for them to go into this as a profession.
Great. I know our ASL classes are oversubscribed, so maybe we should be telling those students that so we're taking that one back for next week as well. 13V was our next one. Approval of an additive change order, Sierra School Equipment Company furnish and install new Crusader chairs, Auditorium Roosevelt Elementary Gift Fund.
That was my question.
Missed.
Just, yeah, I know that. I sat in those chairs. They want to charge us $3,000 because the auditorium's not ready. So what they want to do is hold them on the stage. Do they have to be delivered? Is there a reason they had to be delivered?
They're already delivered. They're in place. And the problem was the flooring work. Then they smoothed out the concrete at Roosevelt. Took a little longer. And therefore we had to pay for a mobilization of these chairs. In other words, just to hold them. And it was a cost.
Right.
And so it was an unexpected delay that caused this increase.
Oh.
Now the chairs are fully installed, and in the next week, we're going to get the new carpet. And I was there this week. It looks amazing. And I want to give John Petrie, just for the great work the team did.
Cool. All right. Can I get a motion and a second on this item? Great. Moved by Dr. Iaconian, seconded by Ms. Olson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. I think we've gone through all of our items. 14A reports from board members. Do any board members have reports to give? Ms. Olson?
I just wanted to share that I attended oh my goodness, it's late. I missed you all. You were there. The 80-year traditional Tri-City track meet.
Yes.
And it was just fun to kind of be in the background and just see how incredible, everybody cheering for these kids and the energy. I hadn't been to something like that with that age group in that volume in a really long time. And I just had to say, because the team came out and shared about it, and it was just, it was remarkable. And then the other thing was, I just wanted to give props to the community, because my kindergarten class this week, we went to City Hall, and we got to meet the mayor, and then the police department took us around on a tour. And then we also went to a park, and Parks and Rec came and talked to the parents and to the kids about all the different things that they could do. And it was an incredible experience, and just a moment of everybody coming together for a group of kindergartners. And it was really, really sweet. And Ms. Walmsley was a support. Our teacher, Ms. Wills, was an amazing thing. But I would love to do more of those types of things, with the rest of the community. And I don't know, I was actually just wondering if any of you heard of any other grade levels or schools that do any kind of field trips to the community of Burbank.
I don't think so.
It's an old tradition. I mean, and it's only now just our solo trip. But I don't know, it was a really meaningful experience. So I just wanted to share that out.
That's wonderful. I just want to shout out the Edison ASB, their little student council. I was volunteering at the Burbank Temporary Aid Center, and someone from their PTA came and made a huge donation because their ASB had decided to collect things for it. And they were like, we don't need a receipt, we don't need anything, but they didn't know that I was volunteering that day, and wanted to recognize them for collecting a ton of food for people in need in our community. So thank you to our Edison students and families.
I got something.
Dr. Arcani and then Dr. White.
I'll make a quick shout out to the UCLA women's basketball team for being the champions. Sorry, we have USC people here.
Dr. Weisberg?
Two cool things. Tuesday, the 14th at 10:30 in the morning, the Burbank Public Library is going to roll out their new bookmobile.
What? Oh.
Bookmobile. I said it. I'll say it again. Show up, check it out. Super awesome.
Where is this happening?
It is going to be at the Buena Vista Library, 10:30 in the morning. It is really cool, y'all. Can't wait for everybody to check it out. So just wanted to let everybody know about that because it's a cool opportunity. I'm hopeful that the bookmobiles will be visiting our school sites. And there'll be some partnership there. And students can also submit art by May 1st, I think at 5 p.m. because they're looking for people to submit designs for the actual bookmobile. Right now, there's just like a temporary thing. So anyway, go check out a bookmobile, y'all.
All right. Ms. Kanu.
One thing I did just in terms of what the library, I know I spoke to, I guess it was at the Easter egg, the egg extravaganza. The library was there. And so they're still asking people to give input on the design for the new central library. So one of them was right now. So, but Saturday, I think it's online. So if you just go on to Burbank Public Libraries, you see the central, it will tell you. Oh, I think it's under events. Yes, yes. No, it's at the Central Library, actually. It's not online. Online was right now. And then I did have just a question. Can we on our minutes, can we have a header on there with the date that those minutes were so that on every page, maybe it has page number and header? So that when we get those pages, remember how we've gotten those end pages sometimes where we have to sign them off, that we know what it goes with? Yeah, thank you.
Great. All right. With no further business to conduct, we will adjourn at 10:03.